actually did see Blue Jays play Mirage against the opponents of the Mustang crew. And I remember that's when they pull off that miraculous comeback there, and there's CT side as well. There's a lot of gunfire going on here in middle, and looks like Blue Jays want to face their issues head on. Finally, we see some grenade usage from the T side as well, trying to block off the vision of Red Star, but the problem is he's got a gap to work with. That's more than enough. Patrick though, ooh, why has he done that though? Going for the aggressive play, and clearly Numb as well going in for the aggression. He's gonna get punished as well as he gets caught out in no man's land. Blue Jays playing super aggressive in this round, trying to take the aim duels to Singularity, and that is exactly what they wanted.
There is one benefit though, the Blue Jays situation right now. They've managed to get themselves a player back on B. He's going to be the hero, Red Star, trying to hold this one down single-handedly with the AWP. He's called in his teammate Blocker to support as Singularity seemingly decided to commit to the site, despite they having time to relocate to A if they want it. But that doubt will play on the mind of Blue Jays. As Red Star to get straight back into market. Molly comes out as well. They're just looking to get onto the site now, secure the plant. Lots of noise being made, and Mert's going to go straight for the bomb, actually. It's a risky decision. Locker creeping up close. He gets the one-on-one here to Biz. He's going to be completely hopeless. He might even spot the barrel of the rifle here, and he has. Losing the duel, but has he given Red Star enough information? I think the answer may well be yes here. Red Star creeping around, knows where to go, but he's so damn low. A single shoulder peek could put him in the grave here, but the shot missed. Job done. Singularity eking it out in the final moments.
They're gonna succeed here, Singularity, but I have to admit, Blue Jays, that was not, I'd say, the best approach towards middle. I'm not saying that aggression is bad. It really isn't. At times, it could really help you win those rounds, like it saw initially, you know, with the Blue Jays aggression in top mid. That's when they were able to get a few kills, drop the bomb carrier. That's perfect. But in this round, you know, some of the players have gone for these Rambo-esque duels, you know, one individual pushing out, no support, no nothing, he ends up dying. Then the second guy comes in as well, he has no support, no nothing, also ends up dying. So at the very least, if they're going for the aggression, you want to see it be a bit more concise, you know, have that teamwork that Blue Jays is known for.
Not the greatest of rounds for the CT side, but it did come down to the wire. Let's keep that in mind here. This also does present a great opportunity to completely ruin the economy of Singularity. Perhaps a blessing in disguise if they can make it stick here now. Of course, aggression towards B, giving up so much information early on. Red Star likely to use this, and well, actually, they decided not to really call for any rotations yet. I think Dreamer might now be deciding to leave short and head into market, and I imagine get back into CT sort of stairs area. Red Star has gone incredibly ballsy here. Finds the shot, sprints on away. That's really nice stuff from him, but very risky. But hey, if you don't get punished, why not?
Oh, the hesitation as well. If you would actually drop down that smoke grenade, really put a spanner in the works in the plans of Singularity. If it hasn't already, look at this. The players are dropping like flies, and there's not much of a response from Singularity. What can they do? Push on through a smoke at a 2v5? That's just unreasonable at this point. Might as well just keep the two weapons you have here. Mertz and Tob is looking for the save, but oh, what is this? Red Star going in for the hunt. He's easy pickings for Mertz, alright. Singularity just gonna have to save these two weapons. Uh-oh, Mertz did not expect that one. Nor did I think Yabby in this position. What are the odds that there's gonna be a CT pushing through the apartments and with an op of all weapons?
I mean, honestly, the balls on that guy. Really aggressive move, but pays huge dividends. Not only does he get the pick, but he gets away, then gets the information on what's coming his way. You can't make that up. That's really, really positive for the CT side right now. Put some 7-1 up, of course, in this first map. The Mirage pick from Blue Jays, looking like it makes a whole lot of sense right now. The CT side, unstoppable.
They're looking incredibly good right now. Yeah, we saw some mistakes from their part. Like that one round really is the one that you could look at and say, okay, there were some mistakes being made here. But apart from that, the Blue Jays side are looking great. They're going out there, they're winning duels. Everyone seems to be able to chip in at the right time. That's perfect. What else do you want from a CD side defensive? If they can just keep up the pace, that's the important part. Keeping up this pace they've got here, this could really turn out to be a very quick affair in the first map here. And it is also important to note that, ladies and gentlemen, this map isn't the pick of Singularity. This is Blue Jays map. So clearly, they're showing us why they've picked this map. They're feeling confident playing on the CD side, and I'm sure they're going to be able to bring a similar level of play on the T side. But for now, let's still focus on this first half as Singularity have opted to go for the purchase here, and Top is in mid, working things around with the CZ75, gets the frag, can really be a nuisance here for Blue Jays by just pushing up through connector, thus negating the CT defense on towards ramp. So this could really work out here for Singularity. Dreamer. Nice stuff coming through here for Blue Jays. Damage being inflicted on Singularity. This leaves it all up to Celery at this point. 1v2, and yeah, he's a goner. That's a bit dissatisfying. It was looking very good for Singularity. One player goes out there middle, picks up a kill with the CZ75. That is perfect. And then what it ends up being is that you're thinking, right, this should be good. They're able to go out here, pick up those frags, but no. They get shut down towards ramp. The smoke grenade again blocks off their vision. They have to push on through. They don't have the most amount of time remaining. And again, they just get shut down by Blue Jays. This CT side is looking numb. Can't really blame the guy. He's feeling confident. He's gonna go in for that kill. Blocker though. Oh, his teammate blocks him. What in the world? Celebrate's gonna get them both, of course. And Numb has finally retreated, but he is stuck in no man's land. Can't really go towards connector because there's terrorists already holding that line. Bomb does go down. That's quite good, but Singularity this position. Sure what's going on. I mean, they're gonna try to hold your connector, but it's two-man setup, so Numb, there we go, finds the first one. Where is the second guy? He knows he's out here in connector. Where are his teammates though? Both of them going through CT spawn. The Molotov does a hella good job, and Quinix goes down as well. So eventually to secure that victory in the round, but Numb, that was some great positioning from his part. I mean, that's the one thing I did not expect, is that player that runs down very quickly early into the round down from the pass is able to find so much good work. But that is just some unfortunate timing. Celebrate pushes on through, and both of the teammates of Blue Jays just right in front of one another. You can't really fire off your bullets, otherwise you might kill your teammates. So that was a little bit awkward in that round. But eventually it's Blue Jays that come out on top.
Hopefully, I'm no longer being abducted by aliens. Back to London with the microphone situation there. Seems like I joined at a good time. Singularity perhaps beginning a comeback here. I mean, 3 quick frags. What's not to love? Mid looking like the one for them. Patrick, he will put up a good fight, but unfortunately caught off by the player towards ramp. He was getting aggressive, looking for the jewel, but hey, just because you're looking for the fight doesn't mean you're going to win it. He gets pushed down. The rest of his team fall as well. Key.
And it's a quick round as well. We've seen Singularity try and change up the pace in the past, but this one was a huge success. Very quickly in the middle they find the initial kills. That allows them, that gives them the opportunity to push on through connector and go on for the A split. Well done there by Singularity. They finally pick up their second round, as it's been pretty decisive here by Blue Jays. So many rounds being picked up, and we can see that there were, just one instance of actually, Singularity getting the bomb down. That is really dissatisfying for Singularity. It just goes to show that they're not really even capable of successfully hitting the bomb sites, planting the bomb, and at least putting themselves in these post-plant scenarios.
They definitely have a lot to improve upon. I think it's going to be, well, it will be a crucial end to the half for them now, as they have an opportunity to potentially claw their way back in, maybe get themselves That kind of 11-4 scoreline perhaps, but it'll be a tough sell. Even then though, the pressure is on for them. They have to be able to start executing like you say, but you got to give credit where credit is due. We're seeing some great just individual performances from Blue Jays right now. I mean, look towards Numb, 13-4. Really stepping up here.
Yeah, he also had some game-changing plays, or at least round-changing plays, so gotta give props to him. He's been playing very well. Now he's got the out, looking for the early engagement. It's always a difficult fight to win here, especially if the operator missed the first shot. Okay, that's good. He's able to run away back to safety, but Yabi's going in for the hunt. Oh, no, so close to go for that frag. Yabi, though, picking up a massive frag, and Singularity, they've done it. They've taken over the bomb site. Red Star missing the flick. And now they can get the bomb down here, Singularity. That is a crucial thing to do as quickly as they can, because once the smoke grenades begin to fade, that's when Blue Jays will begin to make their way. And speaking of which, Blocker already in the apartment, prime position to strike from, but he gets shut down by Tabiz. Queenix is the one hitting the floor, and Tabiz goes down as well. What looked like a good round from Singularity does quickly turn sour. Patrick and Red Star, great positioning from their part, able to pick up those frags and win it for Blue Jays. I'm quite surprised that, Blocker wasn't as impactful as I thought he might be there. Coming through the apartments, I thought no one from Singularity will anticipate that player, but clearly they were hoping for a certain Blocker to make his way through.
Fair play from Patrick as well, though. Both of those duels, he actually shoulder peek and then immediately headshot on. So, just crispy, clean aim from him. It's the kind of play you want to be seeing, that's for sure. 10-2, Singularity really have to be feeling the pressure at this point. They have to find their way back into this game. Of course, maybe looking for a pick towards mid early on. Could be an opportunity. One thing that scares me about that, though, is that you've actually got the bomb on the back of Tabiz. If his underpass player does start taking a duel and he swings to support him, that bomb might be left in no man's land once again.
Yeah, in the case for Dreamer, his best bet would probably just to hold this angle, He does have a clearing connector, which is quite nice, but even in his current position, he can more or less overlook what's happening in the window. He can also keep an eye on short. Mertz, though, does secure a frag and blocker. That's a very nice thing to pick up. This could give the confidence, for Singularity to go in for the window boost, but that's the problem. You have a Dreamer on the other side. Now he is kind of stuck there. He's basically out of this round. All he can do is just stay alive, whereas Celerate will make sure that Dreamer does not find any impact in this round. This leaves it all up to the two defenders on the A-bomb side. They're about to realize that this is a commitment on the A-bomb side. The smoke grenades, the Molotovs, all of it is flying through the A side. Dreamer picks up another scalp. And this is going very bad for Singularity. Patrick, perfect positioning, pulls the trigger, gets the kill, and Singularity not able to make it work, though. Even though initially, that's a good frag to acquire in middle. I was thinking of maybe a split as a possibility. No, they just take all their forces, try to hit the A-bomb side through ramp, and time again, it has been unsuccessful.
I mean, they're just not checking corners at this one as well. You look at Patrick, definitely that's towards the tail end of the round, but even so, not checking sandwich, that's kind of a fundamental. You have to also give credit to that mid player. I love the fact that, as you pointed out during the round, they have that second player in ladder room ready to trade that kill that was unfortunately lost in connector, so that worked out quite nicely. Already here, losing Abby early on, that's a disaster. You can see Tabiz hungry for a trade now, but he won't find a thing here. Gonna go for the window boost. That might work, given that this time there is no protection against it. It's just one man Patrick defending this single-handedly, but 4 players towards B, you'd like to think eventually someone will think about what is going on. In fact, he gets the first kill, makes it to a second. So they know what's going on, they just can't respond to it.
And Singularity, they will continue to respond with kills. Mertz getting another one, and now they've got a very good grasp on the situation. 4-on-2, they can't mess it up. Numb, though, seems to be aware that there's a player in CSGO. He's gonna spot him out, but no, Queenix will win that duel. So at this point, this is a must-win round for Singularity. They can't mess it up. Even though they have players all over the map, they will eventually hit the B-bomb side. Dreamer is still stuck in short, and that's the important part. He is basically stuck here. If he tries to go for the push on B side, like he's a goner. 3 players to face, that is just way too difficult. And Blue Jays, saving the weapon might be the best choice for Dreamer. We know that this upcoming round will be the last round of the first half, and they will will have enough money to scrape the investment for this last round of the half. And overall, like Blue Jays, throughout the entirety of their run here, they didn't have to go for single eco because they've kept the economy going strong. They've been able to win those rounds, and now on the back of it, even though it's the last round, they will still have some dosh to buy up.
Almost certainly they're going to be very happy with the result of this half for Blue Jays. I mean, it's just a much better improvement based on what we've previously seen as well, has to be said. Of course, it is their pick. It's good to see that. Weenix gets away with so much there, doesn't he? Not only does he get the pick on jungle, but then immediately the players try to punish him and he just taps heads left, right, and center. Such a key moment, but still, this could be a 12-3 Singularity. The onus on them to deny that from being the case now. That would still leave them with so much work to do on their CT side.
Yeah, that's very true, though. Once the sides do get switched, there's no denying it. Singularity do have a tall task ahead of him if they want to even equalize the scoreline. I'm not even talking about winning this first map. Just trying to equalize it is a very difficult endeavor, but they just have to go for it. I mean, they don't really have much options, if I'm being honest. So we'll see how it plays out for Singularity. These past couple of rounds, you know, a bit more success being found, bombs actually being planted. That is quite nice to see. Let's see if they can keep up the pace right now. It's I wouldn't say that it's dissatisfying, but again, to point out that Mertz, by far the best player in the side of Singularity in yesterday's best of 3, is still having an okay game, but probably, maybe, if Mertz is able to find a few more opening kills here and there, open up the rounds for Singularity, maybe it would be a different storyline. So far with the AWP, is find some kills. Can't say they've been the most impactful of kills, and they haven't really been round changing for Singularity, but we'll see. Still one more round remaining here in this first half. Let's see, Mertz has been smoked off, nade in his face, but not gonna get punished for it. Queenix though, that's very good. Does eliminate Red Star very quickly here. That's 1 player down for Blue Jays, 4 more to go.
Deciding not to jump on it yet though, they completely slow down their advance towards B, and well, this might come and help them out. Obviously, they're going to go for the full execute. They did have the benefit of only 1 player being on the site. The rotations have already started to be put together here, especially given Blocker will be coming in from behind. So, let's see what they can do here. That SMG begins to let rip. It will not even get to is in fact, not even the first kill. Yabby finding Patrick as well means the site is completely taken down. That leaves Blocker and Dreamer a huge flank, but it's kind of meaningless when you're in a 2-on-5 like this.
It is at this point. Molotov at his position. He does see the player just a little bit, does he though? Blocker going for the spray. Yeah, this round is over for sure. Blocker, not a lot of time on the clock, buddy, and not a lot of lives remaining. 4 rounds here for Singularity in total. I wouldn't say that is the best of rounds for them. I mean, they probably were looking something amidst the rounds of 6, 7 or so. 4, I wouldn't say that's good enough. Still possible to pull off the comeback. We've just seen it a couple of days prior where Blue Jays were able to make the comeback while it's being down 13-4. But again, I wouldn't say that Singularity strikes me as the type of team that are capable of grinding out these rounds.
Well, this is where they're going to be tested. I mean, it's a best of 3, so even if this doesn't go their way, opportunities will present itself in the form of map 2 and potentially the 3rd if they can make map 2 go their way. But the second half, that will be the next battle for them. Part of this grander war to qualify, of course, for Lootbet Season 6, the European edition. $50,000 on the line during that championship, and it all starts with actually qualifying in the first place. And that comes down to this best of 3 that gets them 1 step closer. Grand finals later today.
long line for these two teams, but I guess we could also point it out, this is just the first map of the best of 3. Both these teams warming up. So far, Blue Jays have been looking stellar, but I'm sure that Singularity, the best of 3 progresses, they're going to be able to bring us some more action-packed CS. Right now here on the pistol round, you see the jump spots coming through, and yes, the opponents have been spotted. I repeat, the opponents have been spotted. So Blue Jays can have a boost up here in window, a very powerful position for the T side, and Singularity, look at this, Yabi's going in for the engagements. He's picking off 2. The problem is for Blue Jays is that there's also one CT player coming in with a very big flank. I think he's aware that the bomb carrier is making his way towards the A bomb site, so this is looking very good for Singularity, but Numb finds one. They still need to hold on to the A bomb site though. Numb goes down. Dreamer and Red Star still fighting for their lives, fighting for this round. But yes, Red Star goes down and Dreamer is also plucked away. At Singularity's 5th round, and it all starts out with a few one-taps. Yabi, beautiful shooting.
All starts here, right? That's the thing. You get the pistol round in the bag, the momentum builds its way up from there. Singularity looking for that comeback. Now they just got to keep it rolling. First round done. Second round coming right up. It'll be SMGs for the most part. Just the one rifle in play on Queenix. Blue Jays, pistols galore.
Gotta go for the simple eco here. Might as well simple eco here, eco this one out, and then get those weapons out. They're gonna go for the classic palace drop, which I'm a big fan of. More often than not, they're actually capable of getting the bomb down. For Blue Jays, that's really what they're looking for. Try and get that bomb down. There we go. Extra money in their pockets. If they end up dying this position, whatever. At least they get the bomb down. Extra money for everyone. And now they're going to have a very formidable purchase. CT, some of them still playing with their SMGs, from what I can tell. And Blue Jays will now have rifles. AK-47s, utility. Trust me when I say this, they're going to be dangerous on the server. They might even consider of going one step further and buying up an AWP. That's always the option here on the T side, but right now, looks like it's just going to be the AK-47s for everyone. AK's out. At least they have the mobility with the AK-47s. Whenever you have an AWP at play on the T side, it kind of bogs you down whenever you want to go for some quick play on one of the bomb sites. So, at the very least, for now, it's just AK-47s for everyone.
Loving this aggression towards ramp here from Queenix. Just early information, very confidence-based play, and that's what we need to see from the CT side. They need to make these pushes happen, and he makes it stick as well. He gets the kill. Unfortunately, it's immediately traded, but his teammates got him covered. It's the long-range MP9. What's not to love? They are killing it on A right now. Queenix, an absolute tear. It's a triple kill for him, all in all. Not the combination you'd expect, the MP9 fighting Palace, or the rifle deals with ramp, but heck, it works.
Splendid here for Singularity, in fact. I'm surprised that Queenix is still very much alive here and even thinking of going one step further. Maybe take a few steps back, my friend. Retreat and stay alive, because you are an easy target for a player like Dreamer. And thing is, though, they're putting a lot of emphasis on holding out to the A bomb site, expecting that if Dreamer does hit the site, it probably will be this A bomb site. Well, oh, there we go. That's actually very nice. Queenix just jiggle peeking, spots out Dreamer, and he's obviously not going to go for the fight. He knows he simply does not have the HP advantage. Whereas now, at 35 seconds, it's still possible the Dreamer might consider go towards the B bomb site, but it'd have to begin right about now, and he simply isn't. So it's pretty obvious right now. He's just going to try to walk up a ramp and hope to find these 2 kills ASAP.
He's really praying that they've gone for the 2B strategy here, because giving yourself 15 seconds to find 2 kills potentially is kind of get tight. Not really make a difference anyway, unfortunately. Caught in the crossfire of CT and Firebox. Has to be said, really smart round. And going back to Queenix, just leaving ramp for a second there and not chasing for the kill, I think what we've just seen is that kind of sudden realization of, I'm in a 1v3, let's not make this a 1-on-2 when I've got a teammate who's low HP. Let's just be smart and back off and play for the win here. And Singularity showing with that they are playing the long game here. This isn't about showing off individually and getting some key frags. they're in this to win it, and 11-7 will need to be seeing that discipline in order for them to bring this game back. So, a good early sign. Now they just have to keep it going.
Oh, that's a powerful grenade. Combined with Mert's MP9, suddenly there's a lot of damage inflicted on Blue Jays. Yes, this is a round where, you know, it's just some pistols coming out, sure. You shouldn't count out Blue Jays entirely because things like that can happen. Yabi going down, Queenix as well. This suddenly opens up the A-bomb side. Mertz still holding the cross. And there's still one more player going down towards short. Mertz as well, eliminating one more player. So it looked like a somewhat doable round is now torn into pieces. Blue Jays, Mertz even evades the bullets and the flames. Looking to recover the bomb for Patrick. I'm hoping trying to do so, but yeah, that bomb is stuck in a very peculiar position out there in the open. And Patrick as well, losing HP very quickly, very rapidly. So he should be going down at any moment now, I would presume. Unless it's not going in for the hunt, looking for both of these players, or three in fact. There's a third man now in, jungle position. Not gonna happen though. That is a victory here for Singularity, and this is turning out to be quite nice for them, you know. They kick it off at a pistol round victory, they pick up the gun run as well, and slowly but surely, they're just starting to build up these rounds.
That's what it comes down to. You just have to keep linking them together, take it a round at a time. It's a cliche of Counter-Strike. It really is. You hear it all the time that you just have to play the game one frag, one round at a time, and that's ultimately the way that you can bring back the 15-2 deficits and so on, where you're in the worst possible situation. And it's thankfully not that bad for Singularity. They have some room to play. Blue Jays need 5 consecutive rounds there to get it over the line. Even with a good start here, round's looking spicy. On the upper hand in play for Blue Jays if they get themselves the kill advantage, but Jules in mid could turn this one on his head as a swing comes through from Queenix, and he flicks away. That's a disaster. I think he thought he had the kill, and then it just didn't quite connect. This is going to be a matter of timing now. Not quite going to work out, but Mertz looking to go huge. Misses his shot, and from there, taken down in mid by the second player, Blocker, supporting his teammate.
Of course, folks, you can see on screen some of the more impactful players here in the matchup. We got Red Star with the most AW kills, Dreamer with the most first kills, and most kills in total actually goes for Mertz, in fact. We've seen his beautiful face yesterday quite a bit. And now looks like the trend continues here in today's game. As now Singularity's ability to pick up rounds maybe is linked to Mertz also stepping up. But now let's take a look what Blue Jays are doing on the T side. Red Star with a very tight angle right now. If there would be the Opera on the other side, he would be able to spot him out. As of now, no ops on the B side. This is crucial as well. Look at this, folks. Look at the minimap. One of the players from Singularity has pushed up all the way through round. He's more than aware that's not a hit on the A-bomb side. If there's a hit, it will be on the B side. Blocker, though, picks up one. Mertz has rotated on the B-bomb side, but he needs to find these frags ASAP. He's in a very vulnerable position, and he's going to go down because of it. Even though Singularity had a lot of intel to what's going on here on the map, the rotations are not swift enough. The guy, Queenix, that pushed up all the way through ramp is in a good spot, but his teammates were already backing away. They don't even want to go for the 4v4 retake, meaning Blue Jays actually pick up the round. Because of it, they will just go on for the save, it seems like.
What I love about Blue Jays there is they actually immediately send a player back behind to look at apps. So even if Singularity do manage to get a few more picks there, that apps flank is made redundant. Obviously, it comes down to the duel, but it's nice to see that they're still aware of something that Singularity have done quite often on their CT side, which is have that rotator come in through apps with a big flank through A. So even if they're not capitalizing on it, I'd like to see them, if anything, play passive B, maybe take some duels mid and wait for that push A and then catch that frag. But the fact that they're even aware of it right now is good awareness from them, because it means that when they're on these site holds and things aren't quite going as crystal clean as we'd like, they're able to find a couple of quick kills to bring it back in their favor, which is what we've just seen.
The good thing for Singularity, they're able to save at least some of those guns. I think they have a pretty hefty investment heading into round 22, but this is where things might get a little bit dicey here, Flakes. You know, it is now 13-8. Blue Jays are getting that tad bit closer to a victory here in the first map, and if Singularity, say, end up losing round 22, they're going to have some economical issues on the horizon, and with economical issues, not enough to make the investment. But right now, they're focusing, just fully committing to the A side. 4 players from 2 different angles, a 5th man there in top mid to shut down any rotations. Does he do it? Yes, he does. Dreamer picks up the 1 kill on top, is making sure no big flanks will come through anytime soon. And Blue Jays in a position to get the bomb down. Yabby, though, gets the bomb planter. That's the risk that Patrick went for, but it's a good one, because now the bomb is in a very open position. Numb. That is some nice shooting through the ticket booth, and Blue Jays, they're actually being softened up quite a bit. So even though it's still a 4v4, Singularity moving in, they're looking for the frags right now, and they're actually winning all of them. Blue Jays crumble here on the A-bomb side, even though initially things were looking stellar. You've got Dreamer in a perfect position to shut down rotation. He picks up the 1 kill. Blue Jays then put themselves in some good positioning as well, but eventually Singularity are able to penetrate through the lines, front lines, and then just get the defuse kills. What more could you ask for?
I mean, that's Counter-Strike in a nutshell, isn't it? Get the defuse, get the kills. What more do you need?
Exactly. Yeah,
I'll tell you what more do you need? Actually, if you went to Lootbet and you started getting involved in the action over there, I hear you could get some pretty tasty skins from that. So maybe you just need more skins, Danny. Maybe that's the solution here.
Yeah, skins are definitely nice here, folks. And just like my colleague said, be sure to head on over to Loot.bet, because there are some cool deals going on right now. For example, get up to €100 bonus with your first deposit, and even better, 100 free spins after the wagering bonus. So be sure to head on over to Loot.bet if you want to conduct some betting. But of course, also a PSA, be sure to do some betting. If you're doing so, please do responsibly. You know, sometimes you win some and sometimes lose some. Folks, always keep that in mind.
That is the story of my life in a nutshell. I have a thing I always do every time I travel, go to a casino, put $100 on black every time. To this day, I've done it 15 times, not cashed out a single time.
Fair enough.
What can I say? I'm a lucky man, clearly.
Yeah. Maybe some mistakes, Flakes. Mistakes happen, though.
I mean, what's the mistake? You put it on 1 color every time. How can that... I call a biased roulette wheel. That's all I'm saying. But what I will say is Mertz, the man, he's getting it done, isn't he? First pick again coming through from him. He's showing us that consistency that we were loving so much yesterday. Singularity pick them apart towards B here. This is looking disastrous. Not a single frag going the way of Blue Jays. DT side making this one look easy.
Very one-sided indeed. At this point, bomb defuse will come through. Singularity have taken themselves the W, and just like you mentioned, like very one-sided. Not a single kill working out here for Blue Jays. That is something I don't think we've got to witness throughout the entirety of the first map, because at least there would be instances of, Blue Jays, they'd be losing this round, sure, but at least they pick up a few kills. It wouldn't be a situation where not a single player is able to eliminate someone from Singularity. That is a little bit frustrating, I'd say, for Blue Jays, and there has to be some frustration amidst their ranks, because they were leading this matchup 11-4 after the end of the first half. Currently, we're at a 13-10 scoreline. There's just a 3-round difference between the two teams. And obviously, Blue Jays, they need 3 to get the win. Now we do see the smokes coming in. Obviously, it's an A-side commitment. Phoenix, though, no Molotov in his position, so he can just hold his ground and gun them down. This is good. Oh, so nice for Phoenix. And Blue Jays have been bogged down just a little bit by the Singularity defensive. Finally, bomb plant does come through. Blocker and Co. need to set up themselves in some fine positions and try to hold it down, because now the 4 versus 3 retake is going to be incredibly difficult incredibly quickly. Patrick looking for the kills here towards CT spawn, does not have his teammates supporting him, so all they have to rely is on firepower. Patrick playing close by, the smoke will be spotted out, and now Singularity need to move on in. There's kills coming through though. Dreamer picking up one, Tabiz being softened up, no defuse as of yet, and it's all to Blocker who gets the one, but I think Yabi has just enough time to get the defuse in. Yeah,
that was tight.
There we go.
Very, very tight though. Quaedix did really nice there though, with the 2 early kills. Kind of a make or break moment in the round for him there, because he knows more than likely he's a dead man walking when you're playing triple like that. Realistically, you're not going to live the round unless you manage to find every kill before the bomb goes down. So for him, it's about extracting as much value as he possibly can during the push before eventually being traded. And getting 2 kills there and damage on a 3rd player is really nicely done from him. And well, what a great way to start it off here. Quick pick down mid for Mertz as well. So another great start for Singularity.
Oh, this is nice to see him in Mertz stepping up when it matters most, and he's not slowing down. He's actually out here in the B apartments. Will anyone from Blue Jays anticipate the Opera to be in this position of all places? They could. Obviously, Mertz. The fact that he's firing it up does put it very scary for Blue Jays. I'd be a little bit distraught if I'd have to face a player like Mertz. Right now, the situation is pretty simple. Singularity find the opening kill. They're playing this one very far back. They don't even seem to care about middle that much. Even if Blue Jays decided to go in for a boost in window, the CTs are like, yeah, go for it. We're more than aware of that possibility, and if you do take window control, we're going to be able to punish you because our players are playing this one very safe and very far back.
Almost a waiting game though for Red Star versus Tabiz. I mean, he's just aware of the fact that likely someone's going to be coming his way. That's why you see no advanced positions held on the CT side towards B. Mert's going to get first blood, looks towards short. This is Tabiz. Time to shine. Bomb falls into his lap and start to charge short just to change up the position slightly. Dreamer becomes the last man standing. What do you do here when you've got 5 players to find? Well, basically turn into Rambo. You give it a good crack, but not quite going to happen. He will be taken down in the end. Singularity 1 round away from tying this one up.
Indeed, that's something I did not expect to witness here. Singularity actually almost equalizing the scoreline. At one point, it looked basically impossible. 11-4, and you know, I was saying that Singularity for me, they don't seem to be a team that strikes me of being capable of pulling off significant feats like this, you know, grinding out these rounds and still putting themselves into a winnable position on the first map. Clearly, they have spoken. They have something to say about themselves, and suddenly they become a deadly adversary here on Mirage. There's the window smoke coming through, and most importantly, free players pushing through connector. Mertz does have vision for now, but has been smoked off. Singularity try to hold alongside Quaedix though. He has some vision, but he does get taken care of by Gnome. Suddenly this guy's coming alive, and Blue Jays have got a very good chance at picking up the 26th round. Bone does go down. Singularity 3 versus 5. This is not the type of round you want to go for. If you're Singularity, going for the save seems to be the most optimal play.
Yeah, saving's definitely the decision here. I think immediately once you let a player get onto bench and then ultimately get on the CT wall, it's, you know for well you're not going to get on that site, so now they just want to take as much forward into round 27 as they can. This does put Blue Jays in a slightly better spot, of course, putting them on 14 rounds. Question is, can they get it over the line? Just 2 more rounds required. 4 more for Singularity. I think what's interesting about this Singularity lineup, when you actually just look at the Singularity organization on a whole, they've always had a very competitive kind of tier 2 sort of, some people describe it tier 2, some tier 3 sort of team. But they've always had a team who are kind of consistent in these sorts of tournaments. They're just always, they're always good. And don't get me wrong, they have some moments of greatness, but generally, you know, you're always going to expect some level of sort of... I think consistency is the right word. They do tend to be able to bring themselves back in these sorts of downhill games. Very often, you see a Singularity team get battered, say 16-6 or something like that, so... Interesting little point for you folks there, as we look back on the history of Singularity. But nonetheless, the history books now writing a tale of potentially a 15-12 here as the site under wraps once more. The bomb has gone down. Mert's going to be looking for the shot through the smoke, but won't be able to find it just yet. The retake. Well, it's got some legs, but is there anything else to it? Patrick will take the duel against Queenix. That confirms his position. Meanwhile, finding Yabby, unlikely. Finding Accelerate as well, or not. That makes this possible. If Queenix can get a move on here, that makes this round very doable, but the problem is that smoke. Yeah, they have no idea where Dreamer is. They're all out of time. He's just sat backside, crouched. Happy days.
Explosions here at the B-bomb side, but it is a victory here for Blue Jays, but a very successful hit on the B-bomb side. You know, initially, once they're able to find the first pickup, that's the most important part. Get the pick and get that bomb down fast. The smoke grenades are still in position to block off vision for the CTs and movement as well. As those begin to fade, there's already about 10 or so seconds that have passed. I have to admit though, if the player in the B apartments from the CT side is able to win that aim duel against Numb, or was it Patrick? I'm not really sure. If he's able to win it just a little bit quicker, suddenly that becomes a much better opportunity for Singularity to go in for the retake, because all you have to focus on then, pincer in on Dreamer. He's just about 10 or 12 points of health. He's an easy target at that point. Singularity, you know, some hesitation from their part. Now he must fully focus on holding on the side. Fizz needs to hold his ground. Mertz is here as well. This is good right now. This is nice as Blue Jays able to find a few kills, but it's Singularity who have already picked up 4, meaning they're in a very good situation to pick up round 13. Dreamer, though, not out of this one just yet. Overlooking short. Apartments, kitchen as well. Players could be anywhere, and he also needs to recover the bomb. He knows it. There is some time on the clock, though. Spots of the player in the apartments. So that's something. He wants to win the duel. He does it against Dreamer. Nice little bit of worm against Queenix. Now Dreamer looking for 2 more.
Singularity keeping this one alive, aren't they? They're definitely stretching the game. It's tough to say right now whether it's just a case of them elongating the same result, which is a Blue Jays victory, or whether there's real potential for what will now have to be an OT. Of course, looking at the head-to-head matchup here, Mertz versus Dreamer. You see, Mertz is having a solid performance, 1.56 KD right now. You can't knock it. Nice thing here as well is that really this game comes down to 1 buy and then beating out a half buy effectively. I mean, here it's just pistols, a little bit of utility, but what's going to matter should be the full buy, unless you lose rifles to CZs. That's not the sort of jewels you want to be losing if you're Singularity. That's where things go a little bit awry. Bad situations start to play out here. This A site take could get painful. If these CZs get either one more pick, with the good smokes they've lined up as well, we could see something quite special here, but unfortunately Blue Jays playing a very patient game now. That's going to come back to haunt them as it leaves them with just a single smoke Molotov, and I think the utility is what makes this a success for them, and I think without that, they're likely going to struggle winning some of these duels, especially given Red Star will immediately die. Ideally, the minute he shows even a shoulder, just given how low HP he is. That puts all the emphasis on ramp, and these rifles should be able to comfortably deal with those players. Back's jungle can work some magic, but Yabby's got that covered. Blocker doing a little bit of something, but that's not going to happen. Accelerate just doing the dance from Sandwich, finds all 3 players. So good positions from Blue Jays. They made some work getting into jungle and whatnot, but unfortunately, losing out on those smokes, I think a key component of success there for them on that A-site play. They needed to be able to deal with stairs and connector.
But the thing is, though, as well, the players from Blue Jays, they're basically breathing down the necks of Singularity. I mean, they had players in jungle. They had a player on stairs. It looked inevitable that Blue Jays will come out on top of that round. Their positioning was just superb in that situation. They somehow not able to pull through, which for me is kind of a disaster, if I'm being honest. I was really hoping to see Blue Jays come out on top of that situation. Things were looking so good for them. And now with that loss, yeah, it all comes down to just the one round. Both teams will have plenty of money to invest here, and this round will be incredibly important. Still possible to see a Blue Jays victory here on the first map, but right now, Singularity, they're giving us a fine showing here. They're not giving up just yet, as well as let's take a look at the Singularity scoreboard. Mertz again. Finally, didn't have the best of games in the first half, but on the second half, he's been able to find some of those kills here with the op. Now become the highest dragon individual in the server. And of course, second is Celebrate, also a teammate of his.
No real surprise to see Mertz up there, is it? I mean, especially just based on what we've seen the last few days. But also just his career as a player, he tends to be a star power on a lot of these teams. Of course, a momentary pause here, I think, as both teams really take advantage of the fact that they can sit and think this one through as now a crucial moment in this best of 3, OT or die for Singularity. Really, those are the only two pathways you can go down. That too, of course, could be quite spicy. Singularity get the win here, I'd be quite comfortable predicting that 2-0 for Singularity, to be honest.
Oh yeah, now it's very interesting to see how this last round plays out, because if Singularity are able to pull off the comeback, suddenly you're thinking, okay, these guys ain't out of this one just yet. In overtime, they're going to be boomed with confidence. They're going to be very good position to try and close it out. But right now, we got to focus on how can they do it here on round number 30. This round is at most important for Singularity. So far, the defensive has been looking good. And let's see if they can keep it up for just one more round. Will Blue Jays somehow find a key into one of the sites? Right now, there seems to be a pretty big concentration towards the B apartments as well as middle from Blue Jays, but no one really committing as of yet. It's a slow style of CS from both teams because no one wants to give an edge to their opponent.
It's almost like they're really trying to minimize any of those kind of silly mistakes that come from slight pieces of aggression. So very defensive play from both teams. Eventually, though, someone's going to have to make the move. This is not a game of chess where you can sit and wait. Someone will have to take an attack here at some form, and it's going to have to be Blue Jays to lead that. Given time, already at 55 seconds. See, but the utility used in mid, that will open things up for them, getting Patrick out underpass, Numb and Co out top mid. It will be an A split, we know that for certain.
Couple gas food connector. One from Palace. That is a perfectly timed smoke. There's the kill from Mertz. But Queenix gonna have to step up right now. Huge as he goes in for the kill. But he gets spotted out and he is out. 20 seconds remain as Blue Jays try to get the bomb down. Oh, it's not gonna be. No one's looking towards CT spawn. This could be disastrous here for Blue Jays. No bomb plant means the round could be coming to an abrupt end as no one's going out there and getting that damn bomb planted. I don't think Dreamer's got enough time. Nope, he does not. The round's over here, folks. It will be Singularity reaching 15. And at this point, they're looking incredibly solid to put us to that second map. We'll see if they can pull through in overtime, because all they got to do right now is just win 4 more rounds, which for them seems to be a capable task.
I really think it is, just given how this game has played out. I think Singularity, they definitely have had a couple of fearing moments. I mean, look there at Queenix. I hate to use the phrase choking, but what a time to not be able to connect. I mean, he's been delivering all game long and then unable to do anything when he swings the player ramp. But it feels like that is a kill that he finds every other round. So Definitely some unfortunate moments in that final round, but also you have to look at the timing and the decisions from Singularity. Taking the fight towards the bomb planter, killing him, and then immediately just using flashes and no longer taking the jewels, or whittling down the clock. Using the player connector as almost bait to say, yep, go kill him, waste even more time. Worked wonders here.
Well, now. I guess we could also look at this that, yeah, Singularity. They've been looking good on their CD side, but there's no denying it that Blue Jays, they're the ones that started off with the initial streak of picking up those 11 rounds on the CT side. So if they can actually keep this up right now, Blue Jays, even if they get just a few rounds on the T side, maybe that's what they're waiting for. Switch onto that other half and get the job done there. So far, like, their performance on the T side just hasn't been competent enough. That's just hasn't been going their way. It's a big issue here because even if they get just a few rounds in, get into the second half where they have to play just for the CT side, maybe they can close it out. So far, even picking up these gun rounds have been quite difficult for them, for both teams. In fact, they've been really struggling here on the T side.
Definitely hasn't been ideal, but I think the problem is, given that they've been struggling so much on this T side, that's where they'll start, I believe, in overtime.
Yeah, that's also a problem right now for a team like Blue Jays is that, they've been playing here on the T side. They've been struggling here. They haven't been able to acquire too many rounds, just 4 in total, and they must continue on playing on the same T side here in overtime. So that's what I'm talking about, is that they need to get at least a couple of rounds in. Maybe then they can have a better showing on the second side, the other side, the CT side. Because right now it just hasn't been looking too good for Blue Jays. Well, of course, the one good thing here is that they don't have to worry about money anytime soon. They can invest into all the weaponries they want, AWP if necessary, but primarily they have been rocking just the 5-man rifle setups. That's where they found the majority of their success at, just penetrating some of the bomb sites, getting the bombs down. Still have a bit of a pause ongoing. Maybe this is now a pause of a more tactical nature for one of the teams, possibly Blue Jays, to actually have that discussion on what they want to accomplish in these next couple of rounds. What is their game plan on how they want to do it, on how they want to win some of these rounds?
I think for Blue Jays, honestly, the game plan is try not to lose all 3. To be quite blunt about it. I think that's that's the real reality here, is that just given their performance in this second half of regulation time, if we see similar, at best you're maybe looking at 1 of the 3 rounds. That makes their life incredibly difficult going into that second half. Looks like they're also opting for much of the same. Only difference from their previous play is that they have Red Star doing the solo fake towards B, but I don't think anyone's bought it. Scratch that. Yabi has bought it, but his teammates on A, I was going to say that they seem to be pretty comfortable, but the shots don't quite seem to be landing. Lots of damage done, but unfortunately the kills not actually coming their way. And if Num's able to find the second frag through window, then things get really quite disastrous here. Yabi now has to peek towards ramp. Basically do all the work, and it's just not going to happen. Blue Jays, they prove us wrong. They get the first OT round.
They make it work eventually. That was... I can't say that was the most amazing fake I've seen in the world. Just one player basically running into his death. We did see one player pulled off towards the B-bomb site, but that's about it. Singularity were looking still pretty good in the initial duel. Some trade frags, but it's nothing too bad. It's just that eventually, Numb put himself in a really amazing spot. Not only does he pick up a frag with the creek towards short, but he's also able to spot out the guy towards window who was coming through a rotation. So that is one hell of a massive frag. Once he picks that up, that's suddenly a hardly winnable 1 versus 3 for Singularity, and Blue Jays, congrats, they've done it. They've gone for a interesting fake there in the B-bomb site. And I guess this is something we could see more of them try and do, you know, some more of these fakes for committing to one of the bomb sides, because they also have time here on the T side. They don't really have to go out all out, guns a-blazing, aggressive hit on a site. They have time. They can fight for map control, and they can absolutely do so with, you know, a few Kriegs sprinkled in the arsenal.
Blue Jays once again starting. Very similar default to all of the previous rounds here. Noise being made by their player on B as he gets a little aggressive, shows a bit of face. This time using the utility towards A relatively early on, but Tabiz almost got getting aggressive there, and that's a hugely valuable pick for Red Star to find. It's even baited all the rotations, look at this. This is a complete disaster from Singularity. Played like a fiddle. Starting to rotate back in, but perhaps too little too late. Eyes will come raining in, but at least going to be connecting one, but his teammate immediately caught with a trade frag. That leads us here 3 on 4. Limited HP on Mertz means that he won't be peeking anytime soon. He's waiting for his teammates, and with the afterplants from Blue Jays, should be able to be comfortably closed out now.
Oh, the 3 players from Singularity, all 3 of them coming from the same angle. This is not good. And has got awareness of what's going on, but he will be punished by one of these individuals. Dreamer spraying wildly with the AK-47. And that's going to allow him to pick up a few frags. Blue Jays have actually done a substantial job here by committing here on the A-bomb side. Some very fine shooting coming in from their part. A 2nd round in a row. That's something I did not expect to witness in overtime. You know, maybe this is now pressure mounting on Singularity. They've done the hard job. They actually got here to overtime, but here maybe they've let go a little bit, you know, still feeling, oh, we can just alleviate from that pressure, right? And maybe that's a problem. Singularity now losing these fights, that's got to be frustrating from their part. And Celebrate tries to change things up a little bit alongside his teammate. 2 individuals pushing through underpass. Will anyone from Blue Jays anticipate players here? Of course they don't. Tobias gets the one, but he quickly gets caught out. What are the odds they expect even a 2nd player to be there? This could still work out here for Singularity. As hectic as it all may seem, Blue Jays were now finding one. Celebrate going through the spray. He gets one more player here for Singularity, and it's still a 2v3.
You have to wonder, if you're Blue Jays, why change what's not broken? They've done the same thing, practically identically in the last 2 rounds, and it's worked. This time they decided to, the final OT half, to chase it down mid, and things have got pretty sketchy for them, and in the end, it gave Singularity their 16th. So, interesting decision there from Blue Jays, but now we'll get to see what they can do on what seems to be their better half. Perhaps they can close this one out after all, defeating all expectations, making this map seem like it is winnable. This has been a back and forth affair, but it's 17-16. I don't think we know who's going to take this one after all.
Well, I gotta say though, you know, Blue Jays, they picked up 2 rounds from the T side. That's something I did not expect to see out of them. So the fact that they have those 2 rounds and they have 2 more to go to achieve victory, and now they're on the CD side, the same CD side they were pioneers on, picking up so many rounds in a row in a consecutive manner, as well as a decisive one. They're feeling good about themselves. I'm certain about it. So they can keep it up right now. 2 ops at play. One in the hands of Red Star, the other one in the hands of Numb. But we can't count out Mr. Mertz, who's out here in middle. Very aggressive peek towards window. He's not going to see any of the players just yet. He's going to have to retreat for now. So the smoke grenades are blocking off the vision here. And Blue Jays even, you know, regressing here in the middle. You know, keeping an eye on things. Even pushing up in top mid. That is some aggression you're not expecting from the CD side in overtime.
Once again, the A site, the hot spot of Mirage, it seems, a Singularity And similar play to BLUEJAYS, straight out A ramp. It's all about the contact here. Utility starts to take shape towards CT and jungle, but that will be all as CT completely set ablaze. Every player heading out through ramp, they're just going to take the jewels dry. Look at punishing them. Double kill. There was the flashbang. Anything. Perhaps Tabiz can save the day, but he's not going to look. Buddy. All the positions, but unable to do anything. Mertz, hello. Gets himself to his teammates. Should be able to cover off stairs for him, but the answer there is no as well. Singularity consistently defying expectations here as somehow. Mertz, if you see him, surely. That's unfortunate.
I thought that no-scope was going to land though as well. It looked so plausible, but here Mertz the first one, the no-scope on that guy. I could have sworn that on the last kill, it looked like he might just be able to do it. That would have been so cool if Mertz would have achieved that ace clutch, because that would have been in that situation. An ace clutch for Mertz. Not meant to be though, Flakes. What is certain though is BLUEJAYS sitting now on 18 rounds. Worst case scenario, they've secured themselves another set of overtime if that's going to be necessary, or maybe they can close it out in the first one. Mertz with the up. Ooh, that's an aim duel that a guy like Redster probably doesn't want to take because he didn't have the best of spawns, but there is a grenade. It's Mertz losing some of his HP. Same goes for Accelerate. So early chip damage by BLUEJAYS. I think that's going to be worth it in the future. Oh, Mertz, that's so quick. That actually even gives him the confidence now. Push on up the B bomb set, but even he considers to just hold the angle towards shop and look at blocker. Oh, he's got an awesome angle here, but he hears the footsteps to his right. Seems like Thomas seems to be aware of this one blocker who's going to see who first. Thomas wins that aim duel. And now Singularity, they can just simply pounce on the bomb side. Molotov being deployed, that should be the game plan, but no, they're retreating. 55 seconds on the clock, that's right. If they want, they can still choose a different bomb site.
I actually like this. When you've got 50 seconds and you're in a 5-on-3 at such a crucial round, why go for a gung-ho play out to the site when you're going to have the majority of the CT side there? Instead, play the clock a little bit. Kind of let BLUEJAYS get a little antsy. They don't know where you're going, and the result of that is what you see. Take a glance at the map, the rotations. They're leaving the B site because they think that Singularity are about to charge out A, and, well, that's just not the case. Through that, they lose all the risk of getting on the side. That's the best bit, right? No surprise kills coming in from under van or anything like that. It basically forces BLUEJAYS into the retake, and I don't think they want any part of that.
No, it doesn't look like it. Players of BLUEJAYS decided to put their eggs in like one basket, and I can't really blame them because at the very least, if it does end up being the A bomb site hit, they have maximized the potential of winning the round because they have all 3 players towards the A side and they can still win those aim duels. Whereas now, if there's just one individual on the B bomb side and he's being pushed down by 5 players, chances are he's not going to succeed. He's probably going to die in that situation. So I can't blame BLUEJAYS for trying to make that adjustment. And all right, might as well.
Not like they need the money anyway.
Of money. Yeah, who cares about the money? They got loads of them in the bank accounts.
The perk of MR3 16k, you basically never have to think about money at all.
Yeah, I'd say I'd prefer the system as well. I think it's a little bit dissatisfying if in overtime you still have to worry about the economy game, you know. You end up losing 2 rounds in a row and suddenly you realize, wait a minute, we don't really have a lot of money to work with on the 3rd round. So could be SMGs, could be pistols. In overtime, that is just so dissatisfying. Now at 16k at least, everyone can just make those purchases. Not worry about the economy game, just worry about winning rounds and hitting shots. Mertz, a very capable of individual of doing so, but not when the smoke grenade is blocking out his vision. Can't see a damn thing.
Mertz walking through the smoke. That's a contact play and a half. With his teammate in ramp, but still. Job done so far. Singularity with the upper hand. Now making noise towards the B site, seeing what's flying there as Blocker goes back towards ramp, takes the peak once more. Phoenix forced to pay the piper. 40 seconds, Singularity have to make a decision sooner rather than later on where they want to head.
Ooh, they're really playing this on slow. Singularity, maybe a bit too slow, leaving just 30 seconds on the hit. They're really gonna have to be very precise about it, and looks like they're not even gonna use their grenades. They're just gonna walk on out here. Now they're actually gonna begin to run, because that's the only feasible option for them. Blocker needs to survive here in the side for as long as possible. Oh, he goes down. That's a huge frag, and suddenly that opens up the possibility for a bomb plant here for Singularity. But Dreamer finds one. Bomb plant will commence though, and Red Star on the taking boot, trying to see a player. The flick is there, and now it's all up to Mertz as he sees one guy, gets him, and it's an up on up duel. Red Star versus Mertz. Mertz has got the flashbang out. Flash is out. He's got the deagle by his side. Red Star, though, that's the thing. He's got the kid. He can might as well stick it, but no. Mertz, oh, spring with the deagle, and he's gonna find it. Singularity pulls through eventually here, putting us into another set of overtime. 18-18. Oh boy. I really don't know what to say at this point. Mertz.
Blood, sweat, and tears have gone into this game. That's a guarantee. Mertz doing every single thing he can at this point to pull this game over the line for Singularity. Folks, just remember, this is the first map of a best of 3. Lootbet qualifiers delivering right now with some pretty epic Counter-Strike, it has to be said. It's actually a shame when you think about it, because if we see a game like this in the qualifier, I'd love to see both these teams battle out tooth or nail in the real thing.
Yeah, because now that's a sad thing here, dear viewers, is that only one of these teams will be able to achieve a spot at Lootbet Season 6. The tournament that we're gonna have take place. So far, they're both showing some great Counter-Strike. Blocker spots out more than a few individuals there, and Pabas. This is the pace that it's been quite a while since we've seen from Singularity, if in fact ever. Pabas, a prime position there in the ladder room, could overlook the jungle area if he wishes, or take a glance at window to understand what's going on. Blocker there suggests a teensy tiny little gap to work with, but still not enough for spot out a player. So far, Singularity, props to them. They've got mid control. They can go wherever they want. Celery going for a bit of a spam there. It's not lethal though. The player is alive and kicking. 100 points of health for him. Singularity, again, map control is in their favor.
Takes a swing towards connector, gets the kill towards the top end, now has to put his attention towards ramp as the flashes come knocking, the players come calling. The aggression starts to play out here, but it's all for Singularity. 2 quick frags to turn the tide. Now got to see the aggression once more from the T-side as they try and cross, but that's where they're well met. I wonder though, can Tabiz save the day here? The answer is no. He walks into the scope of Red Star. So far, very similar start to the previous set of OT. BLUEJAYS start with their first round. They're going to look to build from there. This time, though, of course, starting on their CT side rather than going to on their T side. Arguably, this is their stronger side based on the results we've seen.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption to say, because BLUEJAYS just been looking that much better on the CT side. Patrick, though. Oh, that is unlucky. That is really unlucky. Didn't see Celery just because the pillar. That's the only reasoning behind it, because he did have a glance towards his right, but he just didn't see the player. Unlucky timing, and that's the opening frag for Singularity. Oh, that's not good. I can't really blame at this point a player like Numb. they go out aggressive. An individual like Blocker as well, they try and look for frags towards ramp. That's their best possible scenario at this point. But one more player hitting the deck puts it all up to 3 individuals, 2 individuals now. Blocker, the only A-side defender. Phoenix making a lot of noise, chucking in those grenades. Does go down eventually, but at this point, Singularity have got a massive edge heading into the second round of overtime, and Dreamer not even going to be part of the action. Look at Singularity. They're all grouping up and they're all hitting the B-bomb side. Dreamer might try and get the kill on Mertz. That's possible. In fact, it's very doable as he finds it, but it's still a difficult task ahead of the 2 players. It is a 2-on-3 though, with a low HP Yabi, but as the smoke grenade chimes in, Dreamer will begin to move in. Slowly but surely, he's looking for some of these players. Maybe they can get something done. Nope. Not with that kill coming through. Blocker, last hope for Blue Jays, will be going down. That's Singularity on 19.
So a slightly more competitive start here for Singularity then, equaling it up early on, giving themselves the actual opportunity to win this half of OT. It has been extremely close though. Just a couple of key moments for Blue Jays that haven't really gone their way. If you look at it, there's been multiple 2v1s they've lost. I believe they've also lost a 3-on-1 at one point in the previous OT. Now, almost giving up a free pick towards short. Thankfully, they will get away. Cabby actually doing God's work here. Look at him go. 2 free picks practically before finally being taken down by Dream.
Oh, that's perfect for Mets. Looks over towards short, sees the player, boom, easy frag. Doesn't even have to be contested at that point. Singularity, though, looking pretty solid here in this round. There's one more kill working out from Nub, but now a double op retake on the B side of all places. Well, Red Star and Nub have to find some impeccable frags to this point. Red Star, yep, that's a Molotov. You want to evade the flames, not burn to a crisp. As Num begins to make his way from short, is an easy target for Mertz. He's just going for a bit of a deagle spam at this point. And this round seems to be coming to an abrupt end as Mertz picks up the last kill here for Singularity. Now it is the Danes that have actually achieved 2 rounds on their T side. And while Blue Jays just the one on the CD side, something tells me that's simply not going to be enough here, Flakes. They've been struggling their T sides thus far, and the trend will probably continue here in overtime, even if in the previous overtime didn't put up those 2 rounds. Right. Both teams, plenty of equipment, plenty of weaponry, and Blue Jays, they're just gonna throw caution to the wind and just go on for this quick A-side hit. There's loads of players here from Singularity to try and stop him, but that's looking very hard. Yabi, though, the flames are consuming him. He does get wrecked by the bullets of Red Star. Now there's a few more players remaining of Singularity, but not a lot. Mertz hits the floor. And it's suddenly all up to Cellard. He's coming with a very swift rotation of Blue Jays. Them changing up the pace hasn't been a disaster. If anything, it's wonderful that they've done it. It looks like the players of Singularity didn't expect such a play to even take place. You know, we saw Mertz, the operator, being to try and become the aggressor here. You know, he pushed out through the palace area, and suddenly it's Blue Jays that are just popping out with huge numbers from ramp, taking over the A-bomb side, getting the frags, and Singularity, there's a lot of havoc amidst their ranks. They're confused on how quickly Blue Jays have pursued that round, but they were able to catch them off guard one time. Chance that of happening for the second one is going to be rather implausible, but we do see an attempt. Look at Patrick so quickly. He has made his way on ladder. And I'm certain that if he would decide to peek towards short, chances are someone from Singularity may not anticipate a player to be there that quickly. But now time has passed. We have a stalemate.
What's going to be interesting here is actually the position of Queenix, I believe. Just over on the A site. Wonder if someone like Dreamer will provide him an opportunity for first blood here. So he's starting to see some aggression from Red Star towards B. He's just trying to fake it out at this point. He's trying to be the bait. And to be fair, he's not really done much, and he's already got the rotation of Yabi into market, so arguably a great success already. Now just use all of the nades as possible. Queenix, meanwhile, gets aggressive towards ramp, secures that first pick. The Orc now smiting them down as they make the push, but it's coming back for BLUEJAYS. 2 quick frags. That takes the site. Patrick on towards Tabiz, of course, a crucial pick. Yabi will trade, but perhaps too little too late. In fact, the blessing in disguise. They have the bomb secured, even with Red Star finding that pick. BLUEJAYS have got to get those running legs on. They need to deal with that player in CT. If Yabi can hold off the push here, he might just have the W. They molly him out, try to get aggressive, but Patrick's not checking for it, but it's a shot missed, a disaster! Oh my goodness, Yabi missing such a key shot there. He had no idea that he was tucked in on the left-hand side, but he went for the no-scope, that extra bit of flare, and it has come back to haunt him.
Oh, it definitely will if BLUEJAYS, after securing themselves yet another set of overtime, do secure the victory at this point. That should have been his kill. He gets that kill. Singularity in a very winnable position. Now that is a really frustrating way to end that round. No one's going to be too pleased about it. And that's, I guess, also the problem about, for the Singularity roster, because it is quite important to note that players, in the Singularity roster, they seem to be quite young, all things considering. Some of the players here seem to be quite young. I believe it's an interesting statistic on HLTV that you can actually see the average player age. So in the case of Singularity, that is about 21. So got these players participating here with this newly built roster. So yeah, some mistakes being made at these crucial moments. Suffering from the pressure. And well, Queenix though, this is at most important that he wins it. He sees the players first, he finds the one, and there we go. That's a good 2-man little setup there by Singularity. They're able to win the trade frags. So right now, if they continue on to trade efficiently, they're in a very winnable position. However, BLUEJAYS are going back to their tried and tested formula of hitting the A bomb set, but here they'll have to face some opposition. In fact, 3 players are more than ready to try and win these aim duels. Yabi losing a bit of his HP there, and Mertz is going to go down. That's an important piece of the puzzle to eliminate. 3 players to go now. Dreamer hits the floor. 1 more player left. That's going to be Singularity securing the 21st round themselves. That puts us into another set of overtime, as it looks like neither team is capable of winning the first map.
This is actually insanity. It's really come down to clutch moments now that decided who wins this. And usually it's not even the final round of OT. It's usually that second to last round. In that case, we saw the huge whiff from Yabi. I think really put Singularity on the edge there. They do pull through to force another OT, but this was their second OT half to win.
Another set of overtime here, Flakes. And it's just, by this point, it's just so hard to predict who's going to come out on top here. Because so far this has been a run of stamina, a run of endurance. Mertz, though, still has something up his sleeve. The aggressive play. Yep, they're getting sloppy here, BLUEJAYS. That was a very wide swing, and look at this. They're just being mopped up here in the middle. No issues whatsoever dealing with the opposition, and just like that, they all fly. Okay, Red Star has made his way into the bomb site, but he's gonna go down as well. Singularity do secure themselves that 22nd round, and it all comes down to A very successful hold towards middle. Mert's doing some fine shooting, as well as his teammates also chipping in. But you can see the problem right now, the way Blue Jays tried to fight for mid control, that was a pretty sloppy peak. The flashbang didn't properly connect, and it just goes to show that the players, as this game continues on, they're just getting tired playing so much overtime, and it's obvious mistakes are being made.
You know the worst part about playing a quad or even a 5-time OT game? This is potentially where this ends up. You have a whole nother best of 3 right after. And that's the important one. That's the grand finals. So this is going to be a rough day for either one of these teams that makes it through, if it keeps on going this way. But for now, Singularity have just kind of got a bit tired of it. Shutting Blue Jays down round after round, quick and easy. I feel like I'm watching a whole new match right now. It's just Blue Jays have gone from being on it to nowhere to be seen, trying this aggression almost as a blob, just pushing too short, pushing through your ramp, but it's just not working.
For now, it looks like Singularity might just even be on the brink of securing not just these 2 rounds, but even all 3 here in overtime. That's so good if they've been looking thus far. Blue Jays, though, not going to go for mid control. They've been punished in the past. So might look for other ventures, one of which might even include the B-bomb site. But I kind of like this aggression that Singularity is doing. They're also changing things up here. They have one of their players pushing off the ramp, and I like this as well. He is doing it very quickly. He has already cleared out ramp. That is so much information here for CTs, and Queenix has to win this aim duel, but he doesn't. The fact is, though, if he can stay alive, that's also good. But we can see that Blue Jays have lost valuable map control that they might reconsider to take. But suddenly, time is dwindling. Thomas in a prime position with the Krieg. Gets the first one. Red Star doesn't want to go for the instant peek. He's only got the up. Where's the re-peek from Thomas? Not gonna happen. There's the flash. He's trying to play this one to perfection, but this aim duel, oh, that's a good attack. Molotov as well forces the player out of position. And now Blue Jays, they've chosen their destination. It's the B-bombs that we're looking at. Accelerate is hoping to hold on for as long as possible. Even better, gets a kill. 2 more players coming to his aid, trying to help him to eliminate these last few T's. And there's another up kill. Yabi does get the frag on Numb, and Red Star is still in the apartment with just 22 seconds remaining. He has to go in swiftly rather than quickly. Where are the players? Oh, I didn't see that one. And well, Red Star, he's just simply running out of time. He should be going down anytime soon. 10 seconds, 42 HP. To find them both is just too much. And well, he peeks. And well, where are the players? There's one. And that's going to be the end of that round, Flakes. That was, well, the 3 round Singularity probably needed to eventually close out this map. You have to admit, that was a very hectic round to end it all. First half.
What a way to change up the OT. I mean, that looked nothing like the first or second OT did it. Completely different style of play from Blue Jays. And I think that's why the result is so drastically different here. On a side note, can we just appreciate that Mertz is potentially going to hit 50 kills?
Yeah, for sure. Hats off to you, Mertz. He's been playing some good CS so far in the best of 3, and see if we can keep this up throughout the entirety of the best of 3, and heck, maybe if necessary, throughout the entirety of the day. So far, Singularity, like, that's all they needed. Just 1 round away from securing victory here in overtime, and better yet, that victory will propel them to the second map, which is also going to be their own map pick, which Singularity end up winning it. That's probably going to alleviate some pressure for them because they would have won their opponent's map pick. But for Blue Jays now, got to be 100% fully focused. Trying to win these next 3 rounds in a row if you want to put us to another set of overtime. Blocker, though, that's actually going to be some useful information gathering. But Tabez, didn't look like he was aware of it initially, but he does get the headshot. Most importantly, that's also a kill, as the AK-47 is very lethal in those ranges. Queenix trying to pull off some kind of a rotation here, chucking in a few grenades, Molotovs as well, but players from Blue Jays haven't really moved too much. Yes, there's still 2 individuals in the A-bomb side, but the setup remains standard. Nothing has changed drastically as of yet. That Molotov and Yabi making noise does make a significant difference. Now Blue Jays are rotating towards the B bomb site, and this is what Singularity was looking for, a opening to strike on the A site.
They play their cards right here. This is going to look like it's over and done with. But Patrick, Dreamer, both winning their one-on-ones there. Great opportunity. This is just getting better and better. Patrick finds another. Yes, Yabi gets a kill in return, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. You've got Red Star in CT, who is just holding down the fortress. They have to get past jungle as well. It's just not going to happen. Blue Jays, they hang on. 22 to 24.
They do all right, but I'm just, I don't even know what to say. Like Singularity, they were trying to go for the initial fake of the A bomb side, didn't work out. Then they've gone for the fake of the B bomb side, and that was way more successful. They even had a player try to push on through to really sell that fake, and we finally saw the rotation from Singularity that, yeah, they're going on the A bomb side. This is nice, but they slowed down. They slowed down to a crawl, and Blue Jays, I mean, they went to the B bomb side. They realized nothing's going on here. Might as well take back positions on the A side. They get into positions yet again as if nothing has changed. And Singularity, at one point, they could have had an empty bomb site.
Unfortunate, but that's how it played out. That said, pressure still very much on this Blue Jay side. 2 rounds, a back-to-back is what's now being asked of them. Mertz, the backpack is on. Moving his team forward piece by piece. A second kill on towards Patrick as he continues his advance, but unfortunately, his aggression comes with a risk, and Red Star spotting him standing proud on the tip of stairs. Yabi then finding Dreamer means that the bomb will go down comfortably so. Maybe not. 9 HP is what Queenix is left standing on as the wallbang attempt connects. Not quite for the kill, but connects nonetheless. Leading us here, 2-on-2. After plants of Palace and Jungle. It's a good crossfire, but with the site being cleared so well and beautiful angles from Red Star, this just became 10x harder as Tabitz has given up his position. This is a disaster. 2 kits in play. Straight on the defuse. You're forced to fight. Looks to Red Star. Close to making it happen. And just within the nick of time, Singularity will hold on. They will get themselves a W. Mat 1. What a game.
Oh, what a game indeed. This has been quite the run here for both of these teams. 25 rounds for Singularity to pull us over the edge. And of course, folks, this was just the first map. We still have a second one coming up shortly.
Chill by Sakura HC.
It's amazing how much I love betting on esports. It's so cool. What's even better is when I can use Cash Out. Wait, you didn't know about Cash Out? Cash Out is when you can get your stake back even when your bet is going against you. Just one hit and your money is safe. So go to Lootbet to cash out now.
Hello folks and welcome back to map numero 2. It's BLUEJAYS versus Singularity. And if this becomes a repeat of map 1, then set yourselves down because you're going to be here for the next hour and a half. That was a triple OT thriller. I don't think we ever quite knew who was going to win, really, to be honest, right until the very final section of OT, at which point Singularity basically said, We're tired of this. Let's get the W. And they took every single round pretty decisively. Now, we're here on the Singularity map pick, looking to see if the 2-0 is going to come through, which is my prediction here, honestly. I do feel like Singularity are in prime position now to take advantage of what already looks like an exhausted Blue Jay side and get a 2-0 dub and go forward into our grand finale of the Lootbet Season 6 European Qualifier.
And I'd say that's a very fair assumption as well. For the reason being is that we just have to look back how the first map was played out, and the very simple nature was that Blue Jays, for the majority of that game, they were in the lead. They were able to finish the first half 11-4, right? So they had a significant lead. It looked like they're just going to close out the first map, and that's just going to put us on the second one, right? Not the case, you know, they struggled at closing things out when they were on the T side. That put us into the first overtime, the second and third, till Singularity were able to put themselves a string of 3 rounds in the C side, I believe, to then eventually close things out. But yeah, after a run like that, if you're Blue Jays, you're probably going to be feeling a little bit dissatisfied with your performance. Maybe, in that sense, tired as well. I don't know. There's a lot of factors now at play at the second map, and we'll just have to wait and see if Blue Jays can bounce back to still put us on a third.
Well, they were really surprising, actually, in the first map, just generally. I was actually really quite shocked at the level of performance they brought. If we see more of that, and they're able to get out of the rut that they were in for those, like, basically last 4 rounds, I would say, of the game, then we're going to see something pretty special here. The problem is those last 4 rounds are really sloppy. It's just really difficult to know, is that you're kind of over OT now and you just want to get to map 2 and you're trying new things to force the issue and those new things are just not working? It's hard to know, so we'll have to really see how the first piece of Inferno plays out, but there's always the potential here that Blue Jays go back to the first half of Mirage and do something great, especially given that they can start more than likely on T side here, which will put in a good spot to be pretty aggressive early on. That's the assumption that Singularity switch, that is. I mean, we'll have to see what they decide, but I'd imagine they switch.
I'd say so as well.
I gotta assume, based on the team names, that they switched.
Yeah. I mean,
Trusting in the team names and not the colours, I think that looks like a switch. I'm just waiting for the HUD to catch up, I suppose.
yeah, and the confirmations come through as well, you know, that they're actually going to be able to continue on with this, because both teams probably you know, some rest. Do see some of their teammates, you know, going a bit AFK, probably, you know, getting some rest, looking out the window, how the world's empty streets and all that.
I'll tell you the worst thing right now is we're getting a heat wave in the UK. They're
Really?
expecting it to be hotter than Corfu. Yeah, so a tropical heat wave in the UK, can't go outside. Name
So how many
something more
degrees
ironic.
Are we talking about?
I think I read a line like 23 degrees, which is like pretty hot for the UK, to be fair.
Okay,
I'm gonna Google that real quick.
sure.
Second.
Because, I mean, for you, 33 degrees heat wave, that's probably nothing for a lot of European countries.
Okay, so you notice the UK when the article reads, heat waves set to see Britain as hot as Corfu with sun and 20 Celsius temperatures. So, of course, that is boiling hot. Talking of boiling hot, Accelerate sizzling on short as he's completely annihilated Blocker, just throwing eggs in the pan as he gets 2 smooth round headshots onto the CT side. Now looking for the bomb plant, of course, to whip up that full English as we're going to carry these food references right to the bitter end. Singularity will be able to trade things back, though, keeping them on their toes here.
Going for this one, the 2 players here. Queenix, good shooting there on Patrick. Looks like both the players now going to move on in. Queenix does go down, but Thomas can make it work. No! As he's still reloading that pistol of his, Blocker will just go on the side and actually get an ace. All 5 kills for Lonesome Blocker, and it didn't even need his teammates to step up. That's sending a message early on here in this second map that Blue Jays are still in for the fight.
Blue Jays or just Blocker? I'm not sure. That's all him there putting the work in. I mean, 5 very good kills. Got a little messy towards the end there on the site itself, but it's kind of a given when you're 1v5 effectively. I have to see a little bit more from Blue Jays if I'm going to believe in the excitement of that first map, especially the first half, how they started a Mirage. They are on the T side though, which I actually think is better for them here, starting in the second map. So very curious to see how the gun round plays out. For now though, it is just going to be a little all over the place. You've got some AKs in the hands of Blue Jays. You've also got a lot of SMGs and Deagles on the CT side. And right now, the Deagles are winning this one out pretty decisively.
They're getting wrecked. That's the only word I'm planning on using. Singularity, making sure that Blue Jays do not move forward, not even an inch, as the pistols obliterate them. They can't even get onto the bomb side. That's how quickly Singularity were able to just roll in and just decimate the Blue Jays side. And what looked like a good start, you know, guy like Blocker securing 5 kills, the A's to his name. You're thinking, right, Blue Jays, that's a good way to kick things off, and then get wrecked by the pistols. Ooh, not the best way to go about it.
It's basically the greatest bait, isn't it, really? Because you're feeling super confident, life's looking good, and then it's just snatched away from you. It's like, do you want the ice cream? No, I'm going to take that away from you real quick. Not an ideal situation for Blue Jays to be in here, as now just on the pistols, the Kevlar. They're hoping to repeat the success of Singularity, except it's just not quite going that way. We do see a nice 1 deagle from Blocker, who seems to be just the pistol king, channeling his inner Dennis early on in this match, but unfortunately, much like the first pistol round, it seems to just be all him.
Firing off bullets, keeping the terrorists at bay, making sure that they're not going to move on through the smoke. And if they would, that would be quite the death wish. But you know, here, now that they have pistols on throne, they also could be quite dangerous if Singularity is not going to be careful enough, if they're going to be making mistakes. And speaking of which, Celebrate spots out at least one player there, already chucks in the Molotov, expecting a push, and he's absolutely right about it. The players, they're getting as close as they can to the side, and there's a lot of damage being exchanged. But overall, Blue Jays, they're yet to get into position to actually get the bomb down. Time is ticking, and that bomb, it is down, but not planted. That means Blue Jays need to recover it, but they also need to eliminate these players. Patrick moving in, but now he's the only player left standing, and Mertz will find the final kill with a bit of a backstab there on the player. So yeah, Singularity, at least they're able to hold their own against the pistols of Blue Jays.
Almost certainly now going to be looking at 3-1 as well, I think, due to that, because realistically, Blue Jays shouldn't be spending a single cent into this round. I mean, not even a flashbang is worth it, given their current situation. So it should be 5 blocks against the world. And don't get me wrong, that sounds like quite the name of a movie, but it should be an all-out travesty, to be honest. Easy pickings. Not even 20 seconds. That's how it should be, though. Singularity should be able to easily close that one out. The real test is going to be on these gun rounds, which obviously where Blue Jays are heading next. But based on what we've seen, not the greatest of starts.
I mean, it's also quite satisfying for Blue Jays is that here in the first half, they get shut down almost immediately. After winning the pistol round, you're thinking, right, boys, momentum, we got it in our sails. But once you lose that round to pistols and then you get wrecked like that to just a few AK-47s, it's gotta be a little bit frustrating for Blue Jays. Definitely, they're still in the fight here, folks. The second map is upon us, and now we have proper weaponry at the helm of Blue Jays. AK-47s, though, they are lacking a little bit in terms of utility. That shouldn't be anything too significant, I'd say. Because still, executing bomb sites here, A or B, 3 smoke grenades, a lot of times are more than enough. And with that kill, looks like that's gonna give them the confidence to just move in the side of Yabi. Holding that smoke grenade for as long as possible. You can hear the footsteps of the players getting close. They're just gonna keep on to it. Mertz, though, that's a good ball off. Gets a player in middle. Surprise, Mertz is able to escape with his life intact, and now there's a lot more players in the apartments. All of them being shut down by Accelerate, and there's Numb getting a few kills of his own. Now Numb is left in a 1v2 quickly. He's gonna try to punch in those digits and plant the bomb ASAP because Thomas and Gabby are very swift with rotation. That's such a good grenade, but both players coming in from two different directions. Nice attempt from Numb. That round was looking very good for Singularity ever since we saw Accelerate just acquiring those 4 kills.
Just individual prowess from him there, isn't it? Making that happen. Hopefully reliving the moment here. Sleep. I think Mertz actually looking like he was going to grab that kill. And Accelerate just sneaks in and goes, yep, no thank you, I'm going to steal that one. And then go into the X3 as well to collapse. But just showing off what he can do with the AK. I think 3 quick kills in quick succession. It's not easy. BLUEJAYS, at least on AKs here, the utility, well, it's non-existent. They have a single flashbang that's stuck to their name. This forces them to have to get aggressive. They have to take every fight they can, Danny. There's no excuse for it. They can't sit back and wait and play the long game here because they just don't have the utility to set that up. But heck, the aggression seems to be working. They've got 3 players on towards short. They've got players out of apartments. Singularity have completely given up A at this point.
Oh, jeez, that is not good. BLUEJAYS, that was some fast-paced CS coming out of them, and Singularity might think that, okay, they should be able to hold their own or at least not get destroyed as they did, but BLUEJAYS not losing a single player, no casualties on their side. That is impressive that they've been able to find so much success on the hit. Singularity is going to have to run to the hills and save, which for them isn't that bad. I mean, they've been able to win 4 rounds in a row, and we can see the bonus of it. The amount of money they've been able to accumulate is quite significant here. In the early stages of the first half, looks like even both players will survive. That's very nice for Singularity, but yes, they do take their first, I'd say, proper lose, because the first loss they had was 2 pistol rounds. Those are pretty 50-50, I'd say. Now they've lost to a gun round, the fast pace of BLUEJAYS, so Singularity, something they're going to have to keep in mind for the nearby future.
Is this the beginning? That's really the question we're now looking to answer, right? I mean, we're basically trying to understand, will BLUEJAYS be able to chain something together here, or is that just one round? Distant hope of what the rest of this game will become? We'll have to see, but I actually don't feel too hopeful, to be honest. I think that what we saw from BLUEJAYS yesterday, and have seen in the past in general, is that they are actually really good at dealing with quick, aggressive Counter-Strike. Once you have to start sort of dialing it back, being a bit more tactile, and you can't just get aggressive every round and just force the issue, then they start to struggle. So far, so good. They got the first pick towards Banana. Patrick was able to win that duel, but it did get traded elsewhere. The flashes have come raining down on towards B, though. The site looks like it will be theirs. Trades continue back and forth, and all in all, BLUEJAYS left on the back foot. One player solo on B, trying to go for the plant. The molly to finish him off. The plant comes in, but Dreamer nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Dreamer is quite far away from the action, if I'm being honest. 1v3 right now. He has some vision of the bomb, sure, but he's gonna have to face 3 players. And they also have even the smoke grenades, so they can very easily just smoke out Banana. Yep, exactly. There is a smoke grenade deployed. Dreamer can't see a damn thing, but he has more or less an idea where the bomb is planted. One thing that's really frustrating is that the amount of time Singularity are taking here, because this could be disastrous for them. Dreamer is going in for the spray. Accelerate needs to back up his teammate, and he does so successfully. Oh, that got a little bit hectic there at the very end. Singularity taking their sweet time with actually taking the bomb site there, and Dreamer, that's the problem, you know, the player, he knew where the bomb was planted. He was going for the spray. It's a good thing, thanks to them, some body blocking. Accelerate was able to help his teammate and save the round.
Patrick does open up with a couple of good kills there towards B, though, so if they can repeat that, then there is potential. They They were able to piece together a few flashes and whatnot to make those openers happen, but still a few things they need to solve as well, especially with getting that CT smoke down early on. Preferably not letting Mertz pick you apart, dropping the bomb like that in the open. That'd be a good start as Yabi and Co continues to trade back and forward. In the end, Blue Jays do come out on top as they advance on towards the site. Will they lose one more in the cross? Oh, it's close. They're both so low. Thankfully no frag grenades in sight, but this will be tough to hold on to. They are banking on Dreamer putting in the work here with the AWP. The first time he gets to bring it into play in this game, just due to the money of Blue Jays. Knock on wood, he won't lose it for the last time. Oh, they are so low at this point. Literally 3 and 4 HP. It could not get any worse. The peak comes through, but Red Star finds one. Tabiz is running out of time. I think they've just managed to get this done.
They have those birds because even though they were low HP, they've been able to hold their ground here at the B bomb site for as long as possible. Singularity probably needed to move on the bomb site just a little bit quicker, just a tad bit quicker. Maybe they would have been able to eliminate the 2 players, but it's always difficult to find the terrorists that are hiding in the back of sites. Blue Jays, congrats to them. 3 rounds now being acquired, but it's a small victory for them. They haven't really reset the economy of Singularity, which would have been pretty big at this point. They can still do it, though, if they end up winning this upcoming round. We do see some aggression, or an attempt at aggression from Singularity, but they're not going to fully commit. Towards the banana, though, it's a different story. Certainly, we're going to see, yep, there's a grenade below, and of course, a deep smoke grenade towards banana to deter the Blue Jays from pushing forward.
Patience in apartments seems to be the storyline now, as Blue Jays looking for opportunities here, knowing full well that Singularity will be a bit of a mixed bag when it comes to weaponry. Push through mid, straight into the arms of an eagle, which, dare I say it, started to connect. Thankfully, quick trades from Patrick, the hero right now. Blue Jays, has to be said, fragging out in multiple rounds, all of which have been big parts to Blue Jays' 3 rounds on the board. Should be 4 here as well. Let's won the gap.
Now the gap is definitely going to decrease between the 2 teams. A 5-5 scoring is looking very likely at this point, because Blue Jays now, they pick up themselves the 4th. They finally put Singularity in a detrimental economical position where they need to go for at least the Nico. And that's good here for the terrorists, because with the scoreline being even up, this is turning out to be somewhat of a close game here between the 2 squads, you know? This is what they were looking for, Blue Jays. The economy has been reset. Good opportunity as any to equalize the scoreline here. First time in this second map. That's what they're really looking forward to. And from what I can tell, the straight up push through the smoke grenade, well, they've got the manpower to do so, but that FAMAS could be dangerous as he's trying to inflict the damage. Good flashbangs being deployed. Good kills coming through as well. Thing is, though, that is some significant damage being dealt. Yes, some of these players are just in USBs, but Tabiz with a second one, looking for Dreamer, almost gets it. Now this suddenly become very dangerous for Lonesome Dreamer. Yeah, he's got the bomb plant, but the problem is, as he punches into those digits, he does not have a lot of HP, and as he sprays through the smoke, that's, I'd say, a bit of a mistake, because on the other side, if there are players, they're going to see your tracers, and they're just going to begin to tap away, and there we go, that's exactly what takes place. Singularity able to hold their own here on the whole. Then Blue Jays, another heartbreaking loss.
Right when I thought we were about to see Blue Jays equalize and really start to contest, it just falls apart towards banana, doesn't it? Tabiz able to do so much there as well with just a pistol. You really wouldn't be able to think you'd get away with that, would you?
How did they get away with it as well? Like, tough is that is just. There's some luck involved, I'd say. Obviously, skill as well, but you're not expecting it to be so good. Well,
Look at those odds.
Got the pace, though.
Oh, 3.75 for Blue Jays. Given it's 6-4, it's still very tight. Those are some pretty good odds. If you want to capitalize on the odds, you can go to Lootbet. Of course, talking about capitalizing on the B site right now, that is going to be the topic, as Blue Jays themselves the site, try to hold on, and in fact get a kill for their troubles. Queenix first to fall. Xabi fills in the gap. Likely to take a fight here towards backside, maybe see what he can do. If he can clear oranges, that'd be valuable information here as the rotations come through from his team. The upside for him is the bomb's yet to arrive to the site. If they think the site is safe, it'll get a little interesting. How's this gonna go? Well, the answer is not very well. Yeah, but he gets out. I was hoping he'd find Patrick there actually, but Patrick Dreamer just yeets an aid through a smoke. That combined with holding down mouse 1, and the frag grenade does it all.
Oh, wow. That is a powerful combination there being deployed by Blue Jays.
They definitely didn't predict that happening. Let's just be super
No.
clear. That nade is... I'm going to throw a nade through CT smoke because, heck, it will do some damage, right? Surely. It just lined up so perfectly with the random spray through the smoke that his teammate was doing.
Yeah, that's absolutely true in that situation. I guess they were... Well, maybe it wasn't as random as one might think, because obviously Singularity, they were taking their sweet time to actually go for that retake on the B-bomb side, and they guess they were contemplating of maybe that being a possibility of a boost through the smoke grenade on top of the flower pots. And well, a little bit of a spray, sprinkled in with a nice grenade, absolutely is 2 kills to your name.
Molly straight down mid as Blocker just sprints on through them, no care in the world. He's taking the fight right to the top. I wonder if Mertz can put on a show here with the Deagle. He's done it before. He'll do it again.
He delivers. Nice deep headshot coming in from Mertz. Blue Jays, though, they've acquired mid-presence here quite quickly. They don't want to overstay their welcome in brackets, of course. They want to begin to move on in, but suddenly, Blocker goes in the spot. He could be punished. He could, and he will be. Mertz looking for another Deagle headshot. There's the show you're looking for, Flakes. And Blue Jays now left in a 2v5. Both players, they're being surrounded. Mertz with a kill, looking for more as he spins around with the Deagle. Is get taken care of, but Mertz, fine shooting with that Deagle of his. First opening frag, boom, headshot.
Can't really ask for much more than that, can you? I mean, literally, he delivers right as well. It's rough for Blue Jays, to be fair, because you think that just as they get close every time, just as they're right there, and they go, right boys, let's equalise, it's our moment, let's step into the lead, take our spotlight, and they get deep. Something crazy happens. And then it always tends to end up this way, actually. It always tends that then the follow around, they immediately win very decisively. It's an interesting tale, Inferno, this. I mean, not one we quite expect. Unless something wild happens on B, though, this should be a close round. Okay. Straight through the CT smoke. That will do a lot here. Tabiz now looking to chase them, but decides, you know what, let me upgrade to the AK real quick. Opting for the 1v2. I don't think he would have been able to find even that last player anyway, even if he didn't grab it. So it makes sense for him to just go back for the rifle. Now he's just double checking. Does he decide to even go for this? I mean, he is 19 HP. That might be a factor for him here. Yeah, he's likely saving this one out now. That makes sense. The rifle's important, I think, given their money as well. So he'll take that forward into round 14. Blue Jays will get to 6. One step closer to a shot at winning the half.
As well, because yeah, either team can really do it, because for a team like Singularity to win the round and for Blue Jays that's two. Really, that's not that big of a difference if I'm being honest. And right now, I'd also like to see how's the economy looking for Singularity, and from what we can tell, it's not in a great state of affairs. In fact, Blue Jays now in a position to equalize the scoreline, as they had a similar opportunity in the past. They fluffed it, but maybe this time they can do it. I mean, what are the odds that a 1 AK-47 is able to decimate all 5 players? Let's just hope it doesn't happen again here for Blue Jays, because losing such a round again? I don't even know, how do you bounce back from that?
Based on the way this game has unfolded, they'll do it quite comfortably. Lose the pistols, win with the rifles. It's been a bit of a wild game. Much slower style here from Blue Jays this time around. They're not taking any risks at all. Just completely bunched up towards Banana. Looking for something towards B, I would imagine. But right now, smoked off. Have been for the majority of the game. Once that fades, I imagine that's when they'll throw their smokes. Just double, yeah, they've got the smokes they need.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of letting those smokes come down. Quick flashes. Check flower pot. So far, so good. Now their next concern should be if Mertz decides to be a hero. You can tell he thought about it, and he actually did. He just got lost in the smoke.
Oh yeah, that's a common thing in Counter-Strike as well. You're thinking that, okay, I'm gonna peek out of the smoke grenade, no one sees me, but the problem is, as you begin to walk out of the smoke, the opponents didn't see you first, and that's exactly what happened to Mertz. He didn't see a damn thing, but the opponents were more than aware that this green uniformed CT is sticking out here like a sore thumb. So Blue Jays now just, yeah, they've won the round. Congrats to them. 7-7 is looking inevitable at this point. Maybe all they can hope to do here, Singularity, is maybe recover a few guns here. Gabby, get run on through, run down Banana, get a few kills if possible. Actually, he does significant damage so that the player does end up dying to the bomb explosion. So at least that's something, but because the first half is coming to a close, that's really not going to matter too much. Blue Jays have loads of money to invest here. Same goes for Singularity, and both of these teams, you know, considering it's the last round purchase, it's really fine for them. Both of them well equipped, loads of utility. Maybe some utility is lacking for Singularity in terms of defuse kits, but they do have the majority of the grenades, so that I'd say is subsidized.
Come around, nice to see a tad more aggression from this T side. Taking full apps control. No one there from Singularity to contest it though, which is, I think, a pertinent point here. Will allow for potentially something quite interesting out towards A if they can get out balcony and get out short as well. Let's start to give it a good go. Curious to see if Queenix decides to give up and go towards long corner here rather than playing archway in that crossfire on long, because no one's going there right now. It seems to be Blue Jays committing to short. Right into the arms of Tabiz. He'll get one quick trade, so close to the kill through the smoke, but that didn't happen. The Famous on the site, on the other hand, headshots galore. Queenix, beautiful double kill. Even with the trades from Patrick, that's a huge kill to find.
Ooh. That's a big grenade as well, but both players now, from both sides that is, have been significantly softened up. Yabi being the one big exception to that point, and he goes down. That's a mistake. He should have stuck there behind the corner and just wait for the players to get a little bit closer. Now Patrick and Dreamer still obviously going for this one. 15 seconds. They have to at this point. No worth it saving. This is the last round of the first half. But the problem is recovering the bomb could be a tricky matter, but maybe that's not going to be necessary. All they have to do is get the kills, and that is exactly where they will excel at. Blue Jays able to come out victorious here. 8 rounds now for the Blue Jays side. Not too shabby.
Really not bad at all. I'm actually really impressed. I'm kind of having to eat my words a little bit here because I did not expect much from them at all, to be honest. I thought they would kind of be out of it, especially given how the end of the last map happened. So, very surprising, but fair play to them too. I mean, they have had a couple of good rounds. It's been, I will say, a little back and forth. I mean, you look at Singularity, a lot of the rounds they were winning were not full buys. They were pistol round, kind of half buys, force ups and so on. Perhaps that says a lot about Singularity too, and the fact that we're unable to convert those buy rounds, but I also think that shows where kind of the mistakes are from this CT side Blue Jays. So looking forward to them on that CT side now to see if they can replicate their success here in the first half, especially given that, surprisingly, they took the win. Now, it is only 8-7, so 1 round the difference does make the pistol round really a ever so crucial point of the second map.
It's now going to be interesting to see whether Singularity here on the T side can actually perform. Because in Mirage, we saw that they struggled quite a bit, in fact, just acquiring measly 4 rounds. It was their city sides that pulled them out and eventually led their victory on the first one, but now here on the T side, they're going to have to win the majority of the rounds, and I wonder if a team like Singularity is capable of doing it. So this is their own map pick, though. That's one thing to point out. So clearly, they must have some preparation. They are now doing the El Clasico, though. A straight-up commitment on the B-bomb side. 3 players from Blue Jays are here, all dabbled in Kevlar, and they're more than ready to take these aim duels. We do have some of the 2 players from Singularity throwing down the utility over the B-bomb side, and this seems to be their final destination. You know, a commitment here. There we go. There's going to be a few more kills coming through. Blue Jays decimating the T side. In fact, Numb will be the one to acquire the most amount of kills. 4 kills to his name, and his teammates weren't really that necessary in the defensive.
Yeah, let me correct you there. You're saying Singularity are crushing them with a pistol, but as you said, that's a all-Numb show. Quad kill with a USP. He just sat there and just goes tap, tap,
Yep.
tap and tap. I mean, he literally just single-handedly did all the work there. Really, really nice stuff. And those are the rounds that are going to get your team pumped up. Those are the rounds that are going to really help as you build into your second half here. So, confidence for Blue Jays should be higher than ever. What's Singularity up to? They're having a little dance through apartments right now. Just
Yeah.
hopping around, doing their thing. I think we'll have to see on the buy. I'm still going to reserve judgment until the buy round, obviously.
But at this point, I mean, they should be easily eliminated by Blue Jays. Just take a look at the equipment they have. It should be perfect dealing with these unarmed opponents who have no armor. So absolutely. Let's just wait and see for the destruction to take place here. There's the smoke grenade, and there's going to be BTs trying to get into the action, but it will be, in fact, 2 of them. Patrick and Blocker eliminating all the terrorists here. Not lose a single player. Great for the economy going forward. And of course, we got some ching-ching because the kills were.
This is the big one, though. This is the one that will really tell us what to expect now as we go forward into the second half. Singularity given the opportunity to get those rifles up. Don't believe they'll be able to afford more. No, they won't be. So it will have to be just the 5 AKs with all the utility and whatnot. Let's see how this goes. Early on, put on aggression. Molly towards the wall just to stop any shenanigans. Blocker gonna go flying through it. This does not feel like the one. Not quite sure what the thought process there, but they go full gung-ho straight through the smoke and lose 2 players in the space of seconds.
Jeez, that was just
It can't just be me, Danny, that feels like that is questionable. very... I don't know where the decision came from. I feel like the impetus is, let's do something different, let's catch them off here and just get these rounds in the bag through surprising them, but when the mollies come down like that, smoking off and running through it is incredibly ballsy. Now, of course, pushing through CT anyway. Let's see if they get caught off. Well, there's your answer. Red Star will put up a bit of a fight, but won't last for long, as it will just be him being traded and ultimately a B site and the round secured. I mean, Dreamer would have to 1v3 this if he wants to make this happen.
Yeah, which I don't think is going to happen, especially with a lot of weird gunfights taking place here. Obviously, we said initially Yabi finding the 2 pickups there and the Blue Jays members in Banana, but then we saw the also important players going down for Blue Jays in CT spawn of all places. Eventually, yeah, if you're a Dreamer, he's not feeling confident enough to go for that sort of 1v3 play, and I can't really blame him. He is going for the big brain move, and that is to save that weapon. Fight for another day, and that is exactly what Blue Jay is going to do if that one AK-47 is saved, because Dreamer can drop Red Star. He himself will probably opt to go for an SMG or FAMAS or something of the sort, and Blue Jays will definitely be back with another purchase, so that's actually a very smart move to make. Yeah, this is just the impression that Blue Jays does not work out whatsoever.
All I'm going to say is just please don't rush through the banana smoke. I want to see some 5-on-5 Counter-Strike. Let's not lose both your B players in 2 seconds. That would be glorious. Consider that a PSA.
Fair enough. Especially it being quite the tight choke point here in Inferno. It's always a big risk on both sides, in fact. If you're the CT pushing through, or if you're the T player pushing through. And in this case, there you go. That's the same smoke now being deployed, and that's a nice attempt though from Singularity. You know, even though the smoke blocks off their vision, they're still more than willing to try to take the fight to the Blue Jays side. And Numb though, playing it close by, expecting someone like Celery to come on the other side, and Celery is also the bomb carrier, so it may be really dissatisfying. Oh no, they don't check him! No, you don't check him, and Celebrate finally eliminates Numb in that position, but damage is dealt, and Blue Jays in a position where they're very capable of winning this round. Bomb should be going down. Are they aware the Dreamer is in the pit? They have to be. He has quite recently eliminated one of the Singularity members. No bomb plant as of yet. They want to eliminate the guy in the pit first, and then focus on... Wait, what is going on? Blue Jays actually made the rotation back towards the B-bomb site. They're not aware that both players are on the site. Now they're more than aware of what's going on. They've split out the bomb carrier, and with just 20 seconds remaining, of course the bomb has to go down. Now this is a bit awkward for Singularity. Both of the players are stuck in the site. They don't have the positioning of pit. That's a very good Molotov. Yappy goes huge as he's looking for the third one. Sees the head, but can't pop it, and Blocker comes out on top. Yabi, that was some fine shooting. It's a shame that eventually he does not win the 1v1.
They definitely overthought that, just not realizing that both players across, having that player in pit should have been the most valuable thing to them, but I suppose that smoke just made his life really difficult to be confident in his calls. It's unfortunate, but it is the case. Even more unfortunate is Yabi hitting 2 crispy as hell shots to the back of the head, and then unfortunately just unable to get the spray down. Those are the sort of rounds that you kick yourself over, because he's going to be thinking, I should have won that. That was my round to win. Multiple opportunities to get the tap, and it just didn't go his way for that third and final kill.
Early smoke grenade towards Banana. Of course, that puts Mertz in a awkward scenario, because him being the operator, initial engagement here towards Banana, now he can't really do much. Actually, he's just going to push on through alongside Yabi. Both players moving in, taking over Banana control, and Blue Jays, they leave it very quickly. They even decide to throw in another smoke grenade quite early here on Banana, if I'm being honest, which for the CT defenders, B bomb side, they want to hold on to those smoke grenades for as long as possible. The fact that Blue Jays have already used 2 of them, that is a worrying sight if it comes down to a B-side commitment, because then they probably just don't have enough utility to stop the advancement of Singularity.
$45 seconds to work with for Singularity. If they want to hit B, they will have to go sooner rather than later. B's one of those sites where you don't want to do kind of a Mirage-style 20-second walk-in. You really need to give yourself at least kind of 35, 40 seconds because there's just so much to clear. Looks like they are really going to rely on this contact-based approach though, just going through right at the final moment. Patrick causing a problem, but after being smoked off, not able to do much more. None, meanwhile, does do some damage with the SMG, which is what you want to see, but the trades do swing back in favor of the T side. Should also allow for a bomb plant. That gap in the smoke actually pretty nifty. They're just giving a bit of confidence that construction is open. Lack of CT smoke as well, allowing repeak after repeak. We can accept on a field day here.
Dreamer now. I mean, it's a 1-on-2. He does not have the kit to try and attempt this, but he is moving in. Both players in the back of side making it incredibly difficult to eliminate them both. And at this point, they're just playing this one to a T. Dreamer, as he gets a little bit closer, finally gets shut down. But even if he somehow finds both kills, the odds are that he just does not have enough time to get that defuse in. So this is quite a big success here for Singularity. Even though they lose some of the initial engagement, is once they take over the bomb site, that's when they're able to dish out a lot of damage, a lot of kills being acquired in a very important situation. And Blue Jays, in fact, they're struggling with the economy so much so that a double eco is a possibility, but no one really does those anymore in Counter-Strike. So what instead we're going to witness is a force fight this round. And in the next round, we'll see players go for full on eco if they cannot succeed here, which most of the time in Counter-Strike that's the case, but there are exceptions.
Almost another B contact play starting to take shape here. Late smoke comes through, but it has to be said, every time they do this, Singularity have actually been able to get to the site relatively comfortably, so nice to see them stick with what seems to be working for them. They quite literally get onto the wall, and then right before they cross CT, that CT smoke comes in, just leaving it right at that last moment. Lovely stuff, of course, easy plant here, the pistol Kevlar. This is not a round you can write off as Blue Jays had no sway in this at all. When you throw Kevlar into the mix, those Deagles, those CZs become just that little bit more spicy because you can get a rifle into their hands. Things do get competitive, so this is a round that Singularity did want to make sure they locked in quite comfortably, and well, you see the answer here from Blue Jays, the 5-man save. Just knowing that because they've spent everything into this, saving that for round 22 is way more impactful than going for a crazy retake, which is pretty unlikely.
And the good thing as well is that basically, yeah, they get to keep the same level of equipment they had in the previous round, and they can be as dangerous as they could have been in the previous round. So it's not going to be a full-on eco. It's, well, I mean, the player's not going to be investing in anything, but they can still keep the same level of, pistols and armor. Still do some damage in a round like this. Absolutely. So if you're Singularity, you got to be quite careful in your approach. What we do see now is a bit of a timeout here. So it's a good opportunity to relax for both of these teams. Maybe even have a bit of a discussion among them. But for you guys, I've got a deal. I've got an offer, in fact. Head on over to Lootbet and be sure to use the code LEAGUE, and you can get up to €100 on your first deposit. Not to mention that you can also get 100 free spins after wagering the said bonus. So guys, be sure to head on over to Loot.bet to check it out and give it a shot. Of course, if you're going to be doing some betting, be sure to do so responsibly. Thank you.
Nice little PSA. I'll add one more to that though. If you do get involved in the betting action, make sure you do read what's below the channel. I believe if you send in a support ticket with the phrase ESL or a few other things, a few other keywords, then you'll get 10% cash back on your bet, even if it loses, and you'll also get a 10% donation in your name to help towards getting the COVID-19 vaccine, which obviously is a huge situation right now globally. It's a big global effort to make sure we can get everyone, keep everyone safe, so why not enjoy some of that stay-at-home content, get involved with some Lootbet gambling, while also being able to contribute towards something pretty damn great. With that said...
Oh, yeah. Counter-Strike. And heads will roll. Patrick, nice headshot onto Yabi. One player down and out. Would be great if you could recover that AK-47 for his troubles, but Singularity will do everything in their power to make sure AK-47 remains in their hands, in their possession. Celebrate actually is moving in with the MP5, and he could very easily recover an AK. Well, he's going to go down to CZ. Queenix looks towards the coffins. Tob is there to help him out. There we go. The bomb's not being cleared of any players. Merch, though. Ooh, not aware of the players being so close. This is bad. That could be two AK-47s now retrieved. And now both the players are solo on HP. Queenix finds the first one. Dreamer just 41. And well, Queenix can just play it too. Oh, no. He's going to go down. He goes in with a straight-up aim duel against the player, and he loses it. Guess he was feeling confident that he can win it against a low HP player, but he whiffs all his shots. And Dreamer comes out on top.
He's swinging because he feels like he's blinding with a flashbang. The problem is that flashbang only works for players who are taking the aggressive duel. What Dreamer did is use his teammate as bait, kind of hang him out there and wait to see what happened. Once he knew where he was because his teammate died, then he just waited. And basically said, kind of almost... come at me, I'll wait for you, you take the fight against me, and through that, the flashbang had zero effect, and he swung right into his crosshair. Combine that with the whiff, it's the perfect recipe for success of Blue Jays. There's definitely a world where they lose that if those shots connect, don't get me wrong, but can't ask much more for Blue Jays. They get everything they need, the whiff, the poor flash, it all comes together. 12-10. They're onto something right now, that's for sure.
Oh, Singularity are definitely got some speed right now going on to the A-bomb side. That is so swift. And look at the flashbangs as well. They're connecting so well. Dreamer now stuck in the pit though, which could be a curse and also a blessing. In fact, now it's a blessing as he finds both kills. Yabi, though, picks up one more, knows the position of Dreamer, looking for the second guy, though. Who's going to peek who first? And Yabi's going to go down to Red Star. All right, that was actually not a bad effort from Singularity. A swift aggression towards middle, through brackets, all the way on the A-bomb side through short. And I got to give them props. That was some fine utility usage. The flashbangs coming in, the smoke grenades as well. The problem is, though, even though they win some of the initial duels, which is great, the one big nuisance for them was obviously Dreamer in the pit. If Dreamer goes down quickly there in the pit, Singularity suddenly have a much better chance of winning the round. Because Dreamer overstays his welcome, picks up the 2 frags, that's a little bit more difficult. And speaking of difficult starts, Red Star, though, might want to retreat here. There's a lot of angry terrorists that are going to try to hunt him down, and he does escape them for now.
Has to be said, Singularity have had a couple of problems with dealing with someone in pit now in this game. That's the 3rd round they've lost because one player just stays in pit and they're unable to find a way to tackle him. Certainly a hole they need to patch because, well, if you leave pit open like this and you let someone like Dreamer just stay alive over and over again, he will shut you down over and over again. The A site basically becomes impossible. Of course, not a huge amount Singularity can do here, just on the pistols. Quickly vanquished by the assault rifles. Blue Jays up to 14 now, 4-round lead. You'd like to think this second map is in the bag for them.
Oh, you'd think so. I think that's quite fair to say because they're on the brink of victory, but then again, Blue Jays were in a similar position in the past, and they had some difficulties closing things out. I guess the caveat being is that they were at that time on the T side of Mirage. Now they're on the CD side. This is where they seem to be just a tad bit more comfortable, a tad bit more confident as well. So maybe they're not going to have the same amount of issues, but of course, these next few rounds matter quite a bit for both teams, in especially, I'd say, for the roster of Blue Jays. If they want to put us in the third map, we got to win them 2 rounds in a row, I'd say. Otherwise, things could begin to spiral out of control. Red Star, though, the AWP in the apartments. He's being very confident that he can get this kill. There's a tag. Now I see where the confidence came from as well. He had his teammates chuck in the smoke nade there on the staircase, allowing Red Star to go in for the peek and even evade the bullets of the AK-47, not losing a single point of health.
Patience was being employed by Singularity here. Rather than just forcing their hand towards B, they decide to back away and use time to their advantage. I mean, you have a minute on the clock. You don't need to commit to the site just yet, but, well, looks like that patience is all for one thing. Setting up the utility. Fire sure to rain down upon the site as Queenix gets a valuable pick towards the A site. Will that change anything? It seems to have delayed the utility by about 7 seconds or so not a huge amount. They're still going to go flying on through, and a great flashbang to start things off as Patrick just lets rip. Eventually he's traded, but great job by him early on to do the damage. Creates a very doable retake for his teammates.
Definitely got a pretty good chance here at this point. And no retake, just the save here for Blue Jays. Why not? Might as well go for the save and keep some of the cash flow going, because their bank account's not looking that great. After this round is over, if the 2 weapons are saved, we do see a purchase. I'm almost certain of it. But you have to admit, though, it's the scariest thing about it as well. When you're a team like Blue Jays, you're in a very winnable position here in the second half to take that second map and put us in the third one. The thing that might actually be quite detrimental is your money. If you're not able to have proper money, you're not able to have proper investments, you could be giving away rounds for free. That's always so dissatisfying, when each round is so important.
It is a critical point in the game. I think that almost goes without saying now, as well, things fall off my desk just as quickly as Blue Jays seem to be falling off the rounds here. Struggling after getting to 14 with that 1 round. Stint of 3 looking positive, but they have to start closing this one out. I feel like they run the risk of letting Singularity really build their way back in and potentially start to feel like an OT is possible. We'll have to see. Keep in mind, Singularity have only won 4 rounds in the second half, so their T-side hasn't looked too fruitful. It's definitely got potential.
Yeah, the potential is always there, though. Blue Jays, bit of a pause come through here, folks. Now, I'm sure, yeah, the investment is going to go through here eventually, though. Maybe this is a tactical talent from one of the teams because it didn't last too long, and it's always a good opportunity to have the discussion. I'd say if you're a Singularity or Blue Jays this position, because like I said, like I mentioned earlier, you know, these next couple of rounds are really important, and the importance means either you continue your fight here at the Lootbet Season 6 qualifier, or you don't. It really is as simple as that, so these rounds matter, without a doubt. Red Star, early op shot could be a possibility, but not going to go for it as of yet. Those grenade, so good. I'm surprised Yabi is able to keep his face intact after all that shrapnel. Still holds the AK-47 tight.
What's not to love? He's 40 HP and it's been less than, what, 20 seconds of the round? Those are the sorts of things you want to be doing with your utility. It's class utility damage. Singularity doing much of the same here as well, though. It's, again, working towards top banana, taking that control, looking for that contact execute. Kind of feels like it has been the last sort of 4 or 5 rounds, Singularity doing a lot of this B-hit stuff. Good timing, actually, on the rotation.
Oh, Patrick Doan. Nice job behind the confidence yet again. Second time in a row, and Patrick is able to find a lot of impact, but his buddy does not. Queenix pulls the trigger, gets the head of one. That's going to delay the further commitment from the players even further. Look at Queenix go. This is how you want to seal the deal in a round like this, and he's done it. Picking up those two massive frags, absolutely important for Singularity to win this round. And Dreamer, I mean, he knows the impact of those frags. He knows that he cannot win the 1v2. It's just way too difficult. And yeah, this is going to be a position where Singularity will be sitting at 12 rounds, and we're getting incredibly close here. An incredibly close game between these two teams. The first map has showed us anything, that these two teams are pretty evenly skilled. This is very back and forth rounds. And if that's going to continue on here to the second half, well, we're not saying it's going to happen, but I guess we shouldn't be too surprised if overtime might commence.
The tough bit about that round is that is a completely different outcome for BLUEJAYS if none rotates a second later. The reason why I start to get excited towards the end of the round about the timing of that rotation, I believe my exact words were, look at the timing of that rotation, is because Num left through Archway, and not even a second later, he's been followed by a terrorist getting into CT and then waiting. Rather than pushing for the kill on the player sprinting through CT towards B, he's waited for the two players coming from A, which we then see both those picks come through. So that's just really smart decision making and timing of a second that haunts BLUEJAYS there.
This round could also haunt Singularity right now. You mentioned it, that they seem to be, taking over B bomb site, and BLUEJAYS have thought about it. That's when a round like this, where they can experiment a little bit, they decide to go for a stack, in particular on this B bomb site. Now, of course, they don't have a lot of weaponry to work with. I mean, it's basically the one informed the hands of Dreamer, but I've seen rounds like this crumble in the past. Yeah, be the only player who has been given freedom to move on in, and I think now Singularity realized that, okay, there's a few more players here, might as well abandon ship and go towards the A site. I like the fact that they're moving so very quickly on this A bomb site, not wasting any time, chucking that smoke grenade to block off the vision. Mertz keeping an eye on Banana just in case, and Singularity now, even though they recover a second rifle, this will still be Singularity's round to win. Absolutely.
Oh, there's no way in hell they lose this now. BLUEJAYS, their sole job is to basically scavenge. They're going Fallout style on the map now. What can we get? Where is it? And how much is it valued at? Basically, that's the objective. Get 2 great rifles, and from there, carry it forward into round 28. Just anything they can do to prop up their economy, as this game for them is going to be decided about maximizing the number of buy rounds they can get now, because Singularity are grinding down their economy, making it tough. And if you look at the way this is playing out, obviously 13-14 will be the new scoreline in just a moment's time. If Singularity can beat them out here on what will be another full buy from BLUEJAYS, then the only weaponry BLUEJAYS will be able to compete with will be 2 to 3 players on rifles, little utility, and then 2 players on SMG/pistols. Those rifles are achievable because of the saving done in this round. If they haven't saved anything here, there's the potential they don't get those rifles for what could be the final round of the game for BLUEJAYS. So, definitely a valuable save, to put it simply.
$13 to $14. This is getting tight as it possibly can be. BLUEJAYS cobbling up an investment here, sure. If they end up losing this one, it's back to the good old-fashioned pistols. That's a fate I wouldn't wish even for my worst enemy. You want to see BLUEJAYS actually having a chance here, especially the way the first map ended in a very dissatisfying manner. Let's see, they'll minute and what now? 15 seconds on the clock. Take a look at the minimap right now, that the majority of the players of Singularity are moving over towards the B bomb site, but we can see utility usage on the A bomb site. What they're trying to do here is pretty simple. They're trying to fake out rotations from BLUEJAYS, but it's not really happening. The players are still holding their own. If anything, the rotation could be happening towards the B bomb site. The third player seems to be making his way there, but with that kill, this changes everything. Singularity have lost one. Does that mean they still want to commit toward the B bomb site or change things up? the way they're moving in, it looks like it's the latter.
It will come down to 30 seconds. Do or die for Singularity here. Pit has been something that has haunted them all game long. Will they be able to handle it this time around? The molly comes through already. First blood favoring the CT side here as Singularity seem frozen in time. Stuck trying to still get to the site. It's just not going their way. More damage done by Numb. Yabby will trade, but too little too late. 6 seconds remain. They have to do something, and it has to be now, but it's not going to come through. Even with a bomb plant, it's not possible. Blue Jays will get themselves match points and at least guarantee themselves overtime before a potential third map.
And again, it comes down to one big problem there for Singularity. Is Dreamer in the pit? All he has to do there is just stay alive. He stays alive for as long as possible. And the players from the T side, as they begin to push onto the side, they have to look everywhere. Not only the side, but they also got to be careful of the pit guy because he could have potentially vision on them. So right now, it's a bit perplexing for me why Singularity, time and time again, they decide to go for a push through short and don't consider of having option for a wraparound. Have a few players coming in through the other position, not just for short, but through long as well. Wraparound all across the side. You can then easily eliminate the player who's playing on the bomb side, and it becomes a matter of isolating the guy in the pit. Maybe next time around they might consider it, but here Singularity are truly running out of options. So right now, the way the movement is looking likely, might just go for their tried and tested formula of the B-bomb side. I mean, that's where they found the most amount of success. They might try to look for some yet again.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. B-site has worked for them. They've really only lost 1 or 2 rounds, which hasn't been down to really their poor strategy. It's more been down to some bigger plays from the Blue Jays side. But generally speaking, they've had great success hitting this contact style on B, so they should just keep doing it, honestly. It's what's worked for them. I suppose we'll see. Push comes through. The volley. It is tight. Patrick is hiding. He's life right now.
His teammates going down as well. It's a bloodbath here at the fountain. And all Lonesome Queenix has to do is just win a 1 versus 3. It's gonna be quite incredible if he can, but he simply cannot. That was basically a triple peak in that position, so it looks like Blue Jays will be able to scrape a victory here on that second map. Can't say it was the most convincing of wins, but they do it. 16-13 here on Inferno.
Map 3 is where we're going to be heading, folks. It's surely going to be an absolute banger. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just 5 minutes' time.
Going through the smoke walk. She's gonna go down. Walks in with the AW
Position. Earthshaker's moving as well. Echo Slam connects on to 2. Back row tire down as well.
always wins the brawl. Or can we cast a curse in? Oh, there we go.
Lootbet.
It's amazing how much I love betting on esports. It's so cool. What's even better is when I can use Cash Out. Wait, you didn't know about Cash Out? Cash Out is when you can get your stake back even when your bet is going against you. Just one hit and your money is safe. So go to Lootbet to cash out now.
Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Oh no,
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. I know we got the good vibes when pieces fall right in like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes are funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Hold on. And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be so.
You and me, we both live life at full speed, easy to see. When we collide, no one walks away easy. I never thought you'd be the one. I never meant to take your heart. I never felt so hard. I never meant to be the one. I never thought I'd break your heart. And after
Slam connects on the 2. Back row tire down as well.
Red always wins the brawl. Or can we cast the cursor? There we go.
Lootbet.
It's amazing how much I love betting on esports. It's so cool. What's even better is when I can use Cash Out. Wait, you didn't know about Cash Out? Cash Out is when you can get your stake back even when your bet is going against you. Just one hit and your money is safe. So go to Lootbet to cash out now.
Hello folks and welcome back to the third and final map in this best of 3 series. It's BLUEJAYS versus Singularity and we're on Dust 2. What a map to end this series on. I don't think anybody knows where this is going to go at this point. You would have to be a genius. So if you are a genius and you have 200 IQ, you know where you should go? Lootbet. Go and place a bet on the outcome of this game and let us know in the chat if you got it right. With that said, Danny, what do you think and what do you think the outcome of this is going to be?
Like, that's the thing. You asked me what I think of, and I just don't really know at this point. I probably... Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. No, I think I'll edge it out for Singularity. I think that we've seen Singularity play Dust 2 in the past, and I would like to say that they're going to come out on top in this match, because the big problem for BLUEJAYS, again, is that it's a relatively newly established roster. We don't really have a lot of map data to work with on them, and I have no idea how good and or bad their Dust 2 is. So I'm surprised to note that they're having quite a duel here between the two players. But yeah, we're just gonna come out on top like it's nothing. Again, though, I wouldn't say that the starting side really makes a difference here in a map like this too. C to your T side, both sides can work out quite well for either team, really. And well, with that being said, we should be expecting another close game. Considering how close Inferno was, I am certain that this two is going to bring the same level of competitiveness.
I almost think that's not even a question at this point. I think Dust 2 is going to be wild. If you just look at how these two teams have played, it's almost been very scrappy in nature. And I think a result of that is that Dust 2 is the best map for them to decide this on. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, Dust 2 has some tactical depth to it, but it's by no means an Inferno or a Nuke. It's a lot of really good opportunities for 1v1 duels and really playing just good fundamental Counter-Strike in quite an aggressive way.
That, and I guess you could also look at that the map hasn't really changed that much, so a lot of strategies that have been used have been more or less played out. You've seen it 1,000 times, the drop down in CT spawn with the smoke grenades being thrown out from short, so it's not a surprise if you see it in a matchup. It's not as, say, unexpected as one might think. What is quite unexpected is what is going on here. BLUEJAYS pushing top mid and Singularity going towards long, but now they're retreating back in top mid and they're dead. What? I'm sorry, what just happened in this round?
That was a dance like quicker than I think anybody expected. Blink and you miss it. BLUEJAYS starting very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a very strong start for BLUEJAYS, but okay, I guess
I felt like you're a little bit mind-blown here.
Yeah, because that's the play I did not expect here at the first round of Dust 2, but fair enough. Okay, I guess there's still some prizes left here on this map. BLUEJAYS do have a few aces up their sleeve, so that's a good way to kick things off. Though Singularity, on the other hand, it's a bit of a purchase, a force buy, if you will. Got some pistols out. Got a scatter in the hands of Celery. And Mertz right now looking for target. Lining up someone's head with that crosshair of his, but not going to find anything as of yet. So far, pretty slow start.
One thing that's great about Short Dust 2 is you can A, do some great things with a scout, and B, do some wonderful things with a deagle, just through this little headshot angle that Red Star is hiding in. Very fun as a T to make that push, and well, there's the example of it. Hits it up close and personal, makes it happen. Unfortunately, the MP9 will shoot him to pieces close range. Second line being the M4, and there BLUEJAYS pretty comfortably able to lock this one in.
Expected to lose a player or two whenever you're going up against a force buy. So in this case, BLUEJAYS, they can still give themselves a pat on the back. Singularity, though, because the force buy was not a success, now they're gonna have to go with just the eco, and those rarely go in favor of the T side. Though it's a nice little setup here. You know, Queenix, he's got the flash out. Waiting for his players to get just a little bit closer to the doors. Maybe they can pop out along, but the big problem is that once they do begin to make their way out along, long reach duel, Glock versus M4, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to give that duel for the M4 every single day of the week. But Blocker, though, he's going a bit of an adventure here. Where's the flashbang? Is it gonna come through? Looks like not. They're just gonna try to barrel in, and Blocker does go down eventually, but considering that the whole point was to try and stop a guy like Blocker from peeking, that's a bit satisfying. He has found that much success.
I'm quite surprised that he's been able to just freely roam in that way, but well, the trick for BLUEJAY is about keeping it clean right now, and he's done a great job of it. So success so far, 3-0. Let me ask you this, Danny. Would you, at the start of this best of 3, pit BLUEJAYS as the winner? Would you put them against Team Secret?
No, honestly. Didn't think that's going to be the case, but...
Well, look, if they keep playing with surprising play, it could potentially happen. We're very early days, but they have been very audacious on Dust 2. I mean, look there, 3 players deep down mid to force first blood. It does get traded, and they do concede the B site, unfortunately, due to it, so this does open up Singularity to a potential win condition here. Getting that bomb down on towards B is a good start. Retake well and truly on, though.
Tunnels. I'm surprised that it didn't want to make this push on the B bomb site by having at least one player free to tunnel. Now they're just gonna have all 4 individuals coming in from the same 2 angles, and well, that is some good Molotov usage. Now they need to get some of those kills. Blocker getting one, Red Star as well, but Topiz though. Will they expect Topiz to make his way through middle? Not yet. Oh, now they do. Now they're looking towards him. And BLUEJAYS, with a successful retake on the B bomb site, even the highest level of teams in Counter-Strike not capable of succeeding such an achievement by even having it a 4v4 situation, and yet BLUEJAYS come out on top. That is something I did not expect to witness. BLUEJAYS, successful retake on the B bomb side, and some good utility usage as well. Flashbangs, Molotovs, and force out players out of position. That's nice.
It's the sort of retakes we want to be seeing. Obviously, the first couple of rounds have been wild play, pushing mid, a lot of aggression, but we haven't seen them really tested. That last round was a great example of them getting pushed against the wall and told, hey, now you got to make something stick. A great retake there. These are the sorts of things you want to be seeing from the CT side early on, because hopefully it's a sign of what's to come.
Oh, Singularity playing so far back. Not even taking long control. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be just a little bit delayed for now. Do you have the utility to make their way out of the double doors, of course? Looks like Phoenix is just, yeah, that's going to force out... Oop. Okay, not going to force out anyone out of position because it does not land. The flashbang sure does. Oh! Oh! They're blind! The Dreamer doesn't capitalize on it. Singularity make their way out of Longhouse. That's nice. Now they can continue on with the further push on the A-bomb site. A couple players are here. A third man coming in with a rotation blocker. No one's gonna block off his vision just yet. But there should be some flashbangs. There are. Perfect flashbang usage, and that is clean round for Singularity. What in the world? How did this not go in favor of Dreamer? So frustrating.
Yeah, frustrating is one way to put it. I can think of a couple less safer stream words to describe that situation, because yeah, I'd be fuming in that scenario, to be honest. You really feel like he has to at least get one, ideally 2 or 3. That is one of the best places you can be as a CT, and they didn't even check him. He shot first. They turned to him. Counter-Strike being Counter-Strike, sometimes it happens. What a time to call a pause. I mean, just got to mentally reset, I suppose.
Whoa. That is an impressive way to go about it. Like, Singularity, that's the thing as well. Like, that was some nice flash usage as well. The Molotov just missed its mark, yet Singularity kind of blame themselves as they make their way out of Longhouse. And, well, it does work out in the end now, doesn't it? Round for them. First one of probably many here on the T side of this too. We'll have to wait and see if they can capitalize on more than just a few rounds here. Of course, the investment is back here for BLUEJAYS, but even though they won 4 rounds in a row, that's really not a lot of money here for the Bulgarian side. I actually thought they're going to be swimming in cash, but here it's Red Star with a glass cannon off. Oh wow, he retaliates. Right. It's a good way to kick things off. Maybe someone can exchange their puny little FAMAS for proper AK-47. That would be the best deal to go about. And Singularity, Mertz has the op. walking their way through the tunnel. That is a risky move. But so far, they haven't been spotted. And well, if they get this first kill, that's massive. They do it. The best part is, as well, is that now a 4v3 situation for Blue Jays, so they can still make this retake a reality because they've done so in a 4v4. They can split the offensive right now. They can have someone coming in through the tunnels. That seems to be part of the game plan, as they do allow Singularity to get that bomb down. This time around the retake, though, there is one big problem: a lack of utility, and they also have an AWP in the hands of Red Star. So to make this a reality is going to have to require a lot of teamwork, a lot of cohesion, and of course, hitting their shots.
Problem is, you still got Mertz just holding down the fort. I don't think they want to even give it a go.
No, apparently not. Blue Jays will consider to save their weaponry here, which I'd say it's a good choice. Yeah. At least in the previous attempt when they went for 4v4 retake, they had utility to, either eliminate players out of position or flash. In this case, though, they don't. They just had the one smoke grenade. That's it.
I can understand why they back away though as well when you look at the timing of it all. By the time they try and break through a window, they deal with someone like Mertz who's got the AWP on window there. You're going to leave it very close to get on the defuse. So they make the decision not to risk it. It's early on in the game. You kind of have that luxury of being able to play with a few rounds. So I can see it. I can see it. Of course, only Singularity at 2 rounds after all.
I wonder if this is going to be the round where Singularity actually change things up a little bit. And by that I mean proper mid control. If they want to go for a commitment on the B bombs, seems to be likely at this point, the bomb being outside the tunnels. I think this time around they'd have to go for a split, because now we can see that there's the adjustment from the CTs. They have 2 players on the B side itself. And they also have Blocker who's playing on the scaffolding, just ready and waiting for some kind of split to take place. So let's see if Blue Jays are reading the situation well, because right now Singularity, a few members are making their way through middle currently, and they seem to be going for a B split. Blocker ready and waiting in position. The off angle is good. Now they need to defend the side itself, but that's the problem. 2 players already down and out. Blue Jays, it's a 3-on-3, sure, but if there's another bomb plan for Singularity, chances are they might have to retract and not go for the retake.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a repeat of last round, almost the same thing again. The only difference is they've got Blocker ready to go from tunnels. If he can do something wild here with a flash through the smoke, maybe there's a chance, but look at that, immediately shut down. Even with Num showing a little bit of presence towards window, he's unable to find a thing either. That leaves Red Star to have to do it all on his lonesome, and that's just impossible. So, a round quickly crumbling. Singularity find themselves at 3 here, and an immediate pause again. One thing that's interesting about this third map is that we have seen a lot more use of these tack pauses early on than we have done in either of the 2 maps before.
That's... in fact, yeah. Now that the stakes are so high, we seem to see a lot more pauses come through from both of these teams here in this best of 3, because day 1, day 2, I recall maybe a few tactical timeouts in total. That's it. Here in this best of 3, there seems to be an abundance of them being used. You know, both squads, you know, having that discussion. How do you want to approach the next couple of rounds? And in this point, the stakes are incredibly high. Last map of the best of 3. Winner, of course, continues on with his journey to try and qualify to the Lootbet Season 6. But they'd have to face Team Secret, whereas the loser, it's the end of their journey here in the qualifier. So absolutely, yeah, stakes are high, and you got to make sure that if you're going for a round win, you have a proper plan at play. You got an A, B, and preferably even a C idea if the initial play doesn't work out.
You make it sound so simple. I think the unfortunate reality is that it's pretty damn hard to make that stick, unfortunately, for these both teams and in general. So We'll have to see what they can come up with in future, but hey, take advantage of this pause time, right? That's the opportunity to really think these things through.
And also, yeah, I guess you could also say that this being a map like this too, having game plans probably not as good as being able to adapt quickly enough. Like, for example, at this point, you know that the tunnels are being pushed, your Singularity, you're just going to take over the A-bomb side. Allow the opponents to keep that AK-47, whatever. For you, the big goal is to try and take over the A-bomb set and get that bomb down as quickly as you can. You shouldn't expect any sort of retake attempt from Blue Jays, but you could hope to anticipate some players to try and win some aim duels, get a few frags here and there. Yabi, though, he is feeling some pressure being pushed by these two individuals, but probably not even going to come out on top here. Yep, Blocker does realize that maybe with the MP9, not the best weapon to use in such range, he will just retreat. Save his MP9. Red Star will join him in saving his AK-47.
Has to be said, Singularity really did a good job of chaining these rounds together. Only downside of this one is that they gave some weaponry, of course, over to the CT side. That was crispy. Can't knock it. 2 1-taps. Tries to go for the third. Didn't quite land the way he hoped, though.
Yeah, it was some fine shooting. But actually, they just got the, basically just the AK-47 out of it. That really isn't that much, because one way or the other, Blue Jays would still have enough money to go for the purchase. See the player jump across. It's not like a shot, though. That is quite difficult. You do see the players here is now fighting for long control. Yabi has sneak pass through the smoke. There is an exchange of bullets and blood. Eventually, it will be a stalemate. Singularity don't really have proper long control as of yet. They've lost one of their players, and Queenix is quite low in HP as well. That could also said for the Blue Jays players, Blocker and Red Star, both of them below 50 points of health. And Blocker is on a journey. To catch someone off guard. Chances are no one's really going to anticipate 2 players, in fact, and there we go, exactly that. Patrick's going to eliminate Accelerate. That's a good frag for Blue Jays to acquire.
Mertz scoping out now towards the A site, maybe able to find Blocker hiding back boxes here. What would actually be worse is if Blocker stays alive, not a huge problem. If Mertz is able to find Patrick, that gets even worse. But Blocker, he wide swings and it solves the problem for them. Dream, meanwhile, he's the one that really cleans up.
I like this attempt there from the Blue Jays side as well. A little aggressively here towards short. Then, of course, when they try to cross, they just get absolutely obliterated. And that's the unpredictability here of Blue Jays that's really working out for them. They're going for these really uncommon setups, aggressiveness that the Singularity players are not even aware of. So absolutely, Blue Jays, that's the one thing that's really been working out for them. Everyone's being acquired because of it. Now Singularity, a bit of a change of pace of their own style. Red Star checks in that Molotov, and now because that kill coming through, and the Molotov as well being deployed, Singularity might want to rethink their option. Maybe a straight-up hit on the A-bomb set isn't the brightest of ideas at this point. They still have, what, a whole minute and 20 seconds to work with, so they can focus on other parts of the map.
Red Star, so close but so far. Singularity just picking off piece by piece as shots don't quite connect for the CT side, do they? Blocker, another chance, another opportunity to frag, but again, no connection. Singularity just capitalizing on this to open up the B site, open up the A site. They're basically winning the map left, right, and center. Blue Jays unable to really do much at all here. The round pretty much lost before it even got going because nothing went their way. Every single one-on-one just didn't quite pan out the way they hoped. Losing fights short, losing fights long, it's not what you want to be seeing, even towards mid as well.
Yeah, that's really not a position you want to be in that many gunfights, and this is now a bit satisfying for Blue Jays because what the previous round looked like some good ideas, some going out aggressively. Here, it backfires. That's simply not good enough here for Blue Jays. But it goes to show that this does too. This is a map that can really be back and forth. Some teams can start to build up some momentum, but right now we're in this slog stage, I like to call it, because initially, Blue Jays, stellar, seems like they're winning all the rounds, have the lead. Singularity is starting to fight back a little bit, and now we're having a bit of a back and forth here, a dance between the two teams. No one really having a substantial edge as of late. And the way this game seems to be progressing here in this first half, looks like no one will. Mertz, though, op in hand, goes in for the early peek, doesn't see a damn thing, which in itself does signal him that, okay, chances are I have now control of long. We can begin to make our way towards this part of the map. Clear out pit just in case to be 100% sure, and we can just keep one guy here, Keep one terrorist here so that the CTs will have to reconsider their options. If they really want to focus on short, they simply cannot leave long, because at long, we have a couple of these players moving in, and will they use their utility, or will they just continue to walk on out?
Oh god. Blocker just turns to a short, oblivious to the fact that, as you say, there's this bundle of players long. He has to be so careful. Counter-Strike timing might affect him in a nutshell here, but thankfully, he secured the first kill. He now got support from CT. I think they're going to be okay. Well, that nearly got very hectic.
It sure did, and it looks like it's going to continue because there is a massive gap. Nope is going to abuse it to find 2 quick kills, and Phoenix is still stuck in long, and he's going to go down as well. Yeah, that was that's basically the thought process of Singularity. They're thinking, should we use our utility to cross? Because if we use it, the opponents know we're committed to the A bomb side, but at the same time, if they just walk on out dry, they could catch some of the players off guard, sure, but if you end up losing the aim duels, eventually you're just going to have to use those smoke grenades to try and cross. They use them poorly because there was a massive gap at this point that Numb abused, and eventually that was a bit of a failure. They were not able to succeed, and they lost the round because of it. Maybe if they deploy the smokes early on, maybe it's a whole different story.
I think you probably could have parked the tank in that gap, to be honest. Looks like now they're opting for the mid to B here, as they were pretty much blocked from doing anything elsewhere, and well, not the greatest way to start off. Patrick straight through the door on Yabby. It does get traded, though. That mid part of B is completely halted. That said, no rotations have come up to help Dreamer, so he's been placed on a bit of an island. And the B site effectively wasn't even something he chose to defend. It seems like he might be disconnected here. He's either waiting for a very specific molly, or he's frozen, or some sort of issue. I think he might have disconnected. Yeah, I think what's happened is he's gone to rotate back into site after probably supporting mid, and clearly crash by the door, because the push comes in and he just sits in the door smoke. That's really unfortunate. And that also makes sense on why no one's rotated up to B to help him, because they have no idea what's going on B.
That's true. That's really satisfying for Blue Jays, but I presume we're going to have a pause still so that the player can reconnect to the server. Once he does reconnect, we can then continue on with the matchup here, but that is quite the satisfying here for Blue Jays. Absolutely. I mean, you have your 5-man roster, then suddenly one of the players has to drop out in a crucial time during the defense of the B bomb site, where every single player, woman or child, needs to contribute to the CD side to try and stop the advancement of the terrorist side. And at that point, Dreamer logs out, and rounds lost at that point. Really is. Really the satisfying stuff.
Definitely far from ideal, and unfortunately as well, it kind of affects the momentum, because it puts a huge pause in this game now as you wait for him to get reconnected, which obviously no fault of his own. It's just unfortunate the way it pans out, because they were starting to get a little bit feisty again. Obviously 6-6, both teams at kind of crucial points, I think, in the half. And hell, we're in the third and final map. Every round counts at this point, and that could have, I think, quite easily been something that went the Blue Jays way. So tough luck. We'll have to try and recover moving forward. Just, of course, waiting for that reconnect to come back in now.
Well, I do hope that's not any serious issue here for Dreamer, and we can actually definitely continue on with the matchup here, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the first best of 3 of the day. As we've been talking about, there's a lot riding on this current best of 3 we have here, and that's for good reason, because afterwards, the winner of this one will have to face Team Secret. Now, Team Secret has been playing some pretty fine Counter-Strike here at the Lootbet Season 6 qualifiers. I mean, just yesterday, they were able to decimate Blue Jays. I guess that's one way to put it, because they won both the maps in a very convincing manner. And of course, they were also able to beat Team Singularity 2-1 on the very first day. So definitely there's some history when it comes down to facing Team Secret for both of these teams. And so far, both of them seem to be in pretty good contention to try and beat Team Secret. And I think try is a pretty good word, because obviously both of them have lost to Team Secret in the past.
Team Secret are a strong lineup right now as well, and they've shown in this qualifier that they are here to not mess around, to put it in a PG way. I think for either of these teams, it was always going to be set to be a difficult best of 3. The problem will be, ultimately, let's be frank about it, this best of 3 has been a long best of 3. It's taken time. We've had some long overtimes. We've generally just seen a lot of back and forth, very exhaustive Counter-Strike, which is what we as viewers, spectators, and fans love to see. But the downside is going to be that they have to then go into that second best of 3 pretty quickly after.
That's true. And but I will also say this about that's the thing, because some of the games here have been really drawn out. I would say that the level of Counter-Strike has, to some extent, diminished, really. Here on the third map, we're just seeing some very interesting plays coming out there from both teams. Like, for example, flashbangs being deployed, but they're not lined up properly. Molotovs that don't land at their designated spots. And it comes down to the fact that these two teams have been playing this best of 3 for some time now. I mean, first of all, we had that, was it quadruple overtime in the first map, let's say? Triple or quadruple overtime on the first map. Then the second map almost goes the distance. It is 16-13. And here, you know, this is another map. And this map, it also is turning out to be a very close neck-and-neck affair. No one really having a substantial edge. And it is a 6-6 scoreline. So the way I'm thinking it, it's looking like it's going to be another close affair. And this matchup, not just this map, but this matchup as a whole, is really drawing the energy of these two teams, and you can see that really is the case.
It will die time. We're back into the action. It's going to be a quick trade either way. Immediately, we do take the advantage though in the end, as of course it's Numb to do the work. A standout player in the best of 3 so far. Singularity now looking to make an advance through mid and basically mid to B, I imagine, just without the tunnels component. That seems to be a little bit late. We'll send 2 players to go back. Meanwhile, Tabir's re-smokes and Imagine looks for Red Star. They should be very aware that someone is going to be lurking in CT. That said, your B component has been annihilated, so it kind of makes his job basically impossible.
Yeah, it really does that point. The Singularity, though, there could be some other issues for them. Yabby, where's the money? Has he been spending all that money on sweets or something? He's just gonna have to play with a good old-fashioned Tech 9, whereas his other players at least have real weaponry. You know, the AK-47s, not a lot of utility as well. That is somewhat frustrating, I'd say, for Singularity. Gotta try and make this gun route work. In fact, both teams, really, because we can see the implications of a loss. That could prompt an eco for someone, or actually a force buy, because that would be at that point the last round of the first half. Ooh, that's a nice grenade being chucked in. Accelerate loses 40 points of health, and the other players also soften up just a little bit.
Push towards B, Window comes in, Dreamer shows a bit of that class as he does some damage, but unable to convert the second kill. The Tech 9 of Yabi that you so unfortunately doubt is actually the weapon that steps into the fray there and gets the job done. The nade comes through, doesn't finish him off either. Blue Jays will have to do an old-fashioned retake if they even want to go for it, and it seems right now like they are undecided, and I think now that's the call. They are backing away. Blue Jays giving Singularity that 7th round.
That's probably the good choice to make here as well here, Flakes, because Blue Jays talked about the economical implications. This is the round where they needed to win if they wanted to reset the opponent's economy. But obviously that's not going to be likely. They're on the receiving end, and they at least have some weaponry to work with, so they know keeping all 3 weapons alive is incredibly important, because Dreamer and Patrick could actually benefit from a drop. Like Red Star can drop one of his teammates, maybe either Blocker or Numb will give them a drop, or maybe the players will just opt to buy for pistols. We'll see. And of course, at least they can still remain competitive because you got the op, you got the rifles, and of course, you also have the utility.
Blue Jays kind of on their last bit of money as well, thankfully. Right at the best moment to be at it. Economy management to a T. Always nice to see that, actually, from a CT side. Right when we push yourself to the point where you spent every penny going into the last round. Just by doing that, you pretty much know that you've been able to look after yourself in the round before, even if things have been a bit back and forth. That's less than ideal, though. Economy's great, but you have to be able to do something with it, and standing outside of a smoke like that is not the one. Do see a nice few picks go back and forward as they battle outside of B, but fortunately the war is won. The B site has been taken, and likely the round along with it. 3-on-2. Opportunity here for Blue Jays if they want to try and force their way through door. If not, window will be the avenue of attack, but even then, this is an extremely tough sell.
Walker and Red Star are not going to give up, though. They're no traitors for the cause. They know they have to go for this one. They must try and win, but they will not succeed. For now, I'd say the battle has been won here for Singularity. They succeed here in the first half by coming out with the majority of the rounds, 8. However, in order to win the war, they must also win the second half, which on a map like this too is still up for grabs. There's an incredibly even scoreline here between the two teams, and now the scary part is maybe, see if that's the case, for Blue Jays is that they must now play on the T side of all places. G sides haven't been looking too stellar, but on a map like this too, I am more than certain they got some more ideas and some more strategies they are willing to execute against Singularity.
I suppose we'll have to wait and see if any of that holds true. I'm curious to see if Blue Jays does anything as wild as what they did in their CT pistol. Definitely wasn't a standard Dusty pistol, not by a long stretch. Though going immediately for the fast cat. Singularity gonna get that short visibility thanks to Mertz. Meanwhile, Blocker and co will work out through long. Then that leaves 2 players towards B, likely going for the fake here then, because they are not going into tunnels. Because they're waiting for those rotations towards A. Problem is, the jewels are being picked up by Singularity now. Those USPs are doing work. They're going to see those players running away. I think they might have just bought enough time, though, to get onto the B site. Nicely done.
Just enough time to get here on the B bomb site, get it done. And the question is, at this point, what kind of positions will Blue Jays take? And we even see a few players outside of the B tunnels. This is good actually for Singularity. They know there's only 2 players to contest with on the site itself. Now it's only 1 player, but he's gonna have backup very shortly. Celebrate needs to find them both, and that is incredibly difficult. Ooh, gets the first one. Now looking for blockers, still enough time. Looking for the head. Ooh, runs out of bullets. He's also running out of time, and Celebrate really needs to hurry up right now. Needs to get that 1 tap. That he's looking for the headshot. He will be on the receiving end of the Glock. Blocker comes out on top. Looks like Blue Jays successfully evened up the scoreline. Singularity, though, fine shooting again from the USPs, and it kind of looks scary for Blue Jays at one point, considering there were 2 players in the B bomb site and 2 players outside the B tunnels. If Singularity are capable of finding the kills on the B bomb site quickly enough, suddenly the 2 guys are just in a horrible position. They need to face from tunnel players with USPs. That's what matches would have been.
Poor Mertz, contributing to the death of his teammate there.
A little bit satisfying how that one turned out. But again, though, I guess we shouldn't be too critical of Singularity. The purchase they've made here is, yeah, obviously by its full-on investment. Can't really compare their weaponry to what the terrorists have acquired. Red Star overlooking things with the Krieg towards short. Not going to see any aggression as of yet, which is quite peculiar. I thought I'd see some. There we go. It's happening, but Red Star is more than aware of it. Queenix knows what's on the other side. Death. So you better avoid it. Not be part of it.
I wonder if Queenix can actually do something here. Could be a really great way of him getting some kills. In fact, he sticks it out, and he's done it all on his own with just the deagle. Now he is going to get aggressive, wait for the smoke push. Unfortunately, didn't go for the reload. That gives him just not enough bullets left in the chamber. But arguably, he's already done enough here. He just needs the rest of his team to step up now, as they come in for the rotate through short as well.
He's got quite the angle, and he's going to get them both. So that's going to be a victory here for Blue Jays. 9 rounds now required. But you got to wonder here, Queenix in that position not only is able to find the first guy, the second guy as well. I like the fact that he gets as close as possible to smoke rate. That worst case scenario, if Blue Jays do decide to push her through the smoke, he is going to be able to punish him just by holding mouse around, just spraying wildly with the deagle. Problem is, he ran out of bullets, and wasn't able to have much of an impact. Blue Jays, though, okay, this is interesting. All 5 players gathering up to go towards the B bomb site. This is where Singularity have gone for the sack. Yeah, it's only USPs. This could get nasty real quick. So far, Blue Jays, the frag goes in their favor. They're doing a good job at eliminating these CTs, and I'm really liking this. They just didn't pounce out the tunnels. Instead, you know, they were trying to take one-on-one duels here by eliminating this first guy who, you know, failed with the Zeus. But again, like Numb, I'm liking this positioning. He isolates one aim duel, then he looks towards the car, then there's a guy towards the door. That was very nice, Blue Jays. I thought if they're just gonna rush onto the B bomb side, they could have been easy pickings, but instead they slow down, they keep their cool, and they just gun down their opponents.
Yeah, it's really nice, and I love the fact they also let the Mac 10s do a lot of the work, because hey, money in the bank, that's what you want to see right now. So really worked out nicely for them. Gap in the smoke, not so much. Mertz takes the advantage, finding them on the first push. Trades come back and forth for plenty, but it's Singularity that come out ahead.
Now this round, Singularity is looking pretty solid now. Bomb being dropped to the side. Red Star, though, doesn't want to give up just yet. There's a smoke, but there's a kill by Mertz.
Straight through the smoke.
That's a nice.
Just no care in the world, does he? Just times it to a T. Blocking it, basically mission impossible. He has to find 2 kills when they peek him at the same time. In other words, it's never going to happen unless we see some Nico-style DreamHack Mirage 1v4. I think that might be a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I'd say just a wee. But here, we do have some capable players on the server. Wonder who's going to be able to step up. Well, for Singularity, I'm already looking at one name. Of course, Mertz. But Blue Jays, you know, there have been different players, different situations. Like Numb, for example, player that was able to perform. Remember Patrick there on the B side of Inferno. Let's see, here on the T side of Dust 2, it's a different, somewhat of a more different beast than the previous map. It has some similarities to something like a Mirage, so to speak, being quite pug heavy. And if you do have your individuals popping out for the T side, you can just throw tactics out of the window. Sometimes those individuals could make the difference.
Blue Jays extremely spread out right now. Not really committing to anything. Looks like, Danny, they've been going a lot more pick-based the last couple of rounds, haven't they? Really just not overly forcing the issue. Outside of the one round, they've really gone hard on B. Apart from that, they have pretty much said, okay, we'll see where Singularity are getting aggressive, and we'll play off of that. Taking a bit of initiative towards mid this time, though, as well as noise being made towards A. This, to me, still feels like they're not committed to A at all, though. I actually think this might turn into a bit potentially the opportunity for a CT waterfall, if anything, but they are taking some pretty hefty battles. 2 frags towards the A site. Mertz missing his shot as well. And it is that B play that we thought. They're isolating many that were on one. They actually don't realise the last player they're fighting is on B, the side they're pushing, but heck, they win all the duels, who cares?
Yeah, who cares if you end up winning all of the duels, which is quite exactly what just happened there. You know, Blue Jays just really capable of winning the aim duels, succeeding in that department. And the players of Singularity right now, economy is led astray. Just gonna have to go for one simple eco to get back on an equal footing with their Bulgarian opponents. A bit of a struggling here with the boost, if I'm being honest. I thought they're gonna move up just a little bit quicker here, but even so, even if the players from Singularity are here in the middle, they're probably not going to see anyone. Well, say that. Red Star, though, oh, he's going to get his head removed. Mertz with a deagle waiting for more. Actually gets a tag on Dreamer. I'm very surprised to note that Blue Jays, you know, it looked like they want to continue on with the 8-bomb set hit, but now they decide to retreat and make sure Mertz goes down. But in the process, though, they've lost long control. So does that mean that Blue Jays don't want to go towards that part of the map at all? It's a very peculiar way of going about it.
Also a safe thing, though, at least. At least now they can group up a little bit more. I actually really like long when you're against these pistols, because generally, excluding deagles, the chance of madness is a lot less, because if you're an AK versus a USP, for example, I always feel like the AK just has a significant upper hand in long range games. Excluding the deagle. Just gonna go back to that. That is insane. Celebrate just sat on the site with Koenix just tapping away. What the hell? I just... No comment. I mean, folks, that is insane. If you are sat at home thinking that is... those scenarios should never happen against a pistol like that. He has gone insane with the deagle. That's... madness. Absolute madness.
And again, I want to go back to my first point I mentioned at the start of this round when Mertz pushes up top mid. I like the fact they send out a couple guys to deal with Mertz so that the op is not recovered, but that's the thing. It wasn't just a couple guys. They had all 4 players fight one Mertz. That's it. And then they had to go again, retake long control. It's very weird way of doing things. That was some very hectic mobility, I guess you could say, from the Blue Jays. It didn't look like they were out there with a confident plan, but this is confidence. Look at Blocker. He's got the only real weapon here to create at his disposal. He goes out in middle and he plucks off Queenix. That's the opening frag here for Blue Jays, and the way things are going right now, it seems like the ace side might be their destination. Just the one flashbang. That's all they have to work with. Let's see, though. Mertz is actually not looking towards short, though, so this could be the opportunity. But now, of course, he sees him, and he nails the first. There's the opportunity for a bomb plant here for Blue Jays, which should be going down. It does. Extra money in their pockets. That's one thing working out. But still need to hold on to the side.
Starks playing almost the crouch angle, trying to see if he can use the mobility of the scout to his advantage, as he just lets rip time and time again, connecting shot after shot. But the problem with the scout is that you need more than one. It needs to hit either the head or twice in the body. You see even again there, gets accelerated to 27 HP, but just not able to close out on it. That's so unfortunate, because he did an incredible job to get the damage through, but just through the nature of being a scout, it just wasn't enough.
But I gotta say, though, that was such a good attempt. You know, being behind Gandalf, it's so hard to try to win that situation, and he basically thought he won it. Once he gets the kill there on player here with the scout, he's thinking, right, 1 versus 1. I get the tag on him as well. I could just pull out the Glock and maybe try to swing out wide to go in for the kill. And he also obviously was thinking about the bomb timer. And the problem is, though, as it swings out, there was just so little time left in the defuse, but just enough for Singularity to come out on top. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. This is turning out to be a very close game between two teams. 11-11 is our current score, and again, no one having a substantial lead or substantial edge. Flash being deployed, though. Sure, control seems to be one of the things Blue Jays has really been taking a liking to, but I'm not sure why we haven't seen a lot more, say, splits on the B-bomb side. If anything, for me, it looks like Blue Jays are a team that's more than capable of pulling off a few B splits, successfully taking over the B-bomb side. But no, they're going back on this A side. Mertz, though, undeniably hasn't been doing that great here on the map of Dust 2, but let's see a lot of players entering the site. Mertz finds the first one. There's going to be a lot more players closing in, and Mertz repositions to go for more. Misses the no-scope, though, but he goes in for more. Gets a kill, and another one. Mertz is shutting them down. He steps up when he's needed most, and that's another one. Mertz is gonna find all 4 kills here for Singularity. Shuts down the offensive play from Blue Jays. And I think at this time, if you're Blue Jays, time to rethink your options.
I think you're going to be kicking yourself after that one. You just let Mertz absolutely prance on you. I mean, he is just sat there basically on ramp and just peeked, and then repeeked, and then repeeked a little bit more. Even when he missed the no-scope, we thought, okay, maybe he's going to have to dial it back now, but no, he just keeps going for those quick scopes and just nasty ult play, and he starts hitting the shots, to be fair to him. That is so unfortunate. I mean, Blue Jays are going to be kicking themselves after that one, because that is such an important round to win. When you're sort of 11-11, you're 10-10, those rounds have a huge effect on the way the rest of the game plays out, because you see here, Singularity now on 12, they're more than likely going to get to 13-2. The only caveat will be if the pistols can go wild. They do have some Kevlar, so if you can get some weapons on their backs, then heck, maybe you'll see something. But we'll have to see. One benefit, the frag grenade thrown by the player on A, I think that's Yabby, just pushed the Krieg into the hands of Red Star.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. Hillary, though, might want to be careful here. Checking that smoke grenade for good measure, and maybe not go for the fight here, but he is spraying here just a little bit through the smoke, dealing the damage here on Numb and Dreamer. Another grenade being thrown out. Numb losing a bit more of his health, and now Celebrate is just ready and waiting for the players to come in, because he seems to have a pretty good idea of what's going on here. Patrick, will he punish him? No, it's the other way around. Celebrate down the Krieg. Oh, this is beautiful. Just tapping them down, going for a bit of a spray, and eventually that's all 4 kills. Again, it's actually Mertz to open things up. This is now a little bit scary. You know, you're giving these fights for Mertz. He's actually able to win them, and that is a confident opera down at the A-bomb side. if you're Blue Jays, you got to do something about it, or you can always just figure about going towards a different part of the map. Because quite recently, it's been primarily just the A side. A side time and time again, and for short as well. Remember, there's another part of the map. There's always the B bomb side you can test out the waters towards.
It's just limited options that you can't see a thing. Just completely smoked off. But for the T's, it makes their life harder as well because there is a further smoke just on the corner of wall. It means as they do push out, they're completely out in the open and just getting struck to pieces. Singularity just almost putting a waterfall onto this game now. The rounds dropping so quickly here. Almost a guarantee. Now, I don't see much chance for Red Star at all. He does get a plant, but let's be honest, the 1v3 there, it'll be another case of getting swung from tunnel and door at the same time, and well, that's exactly what we see.
Well, I mean, if the bomb plant has its own little benefit, gives them some extra money, but Blue Jays are thinking more about than just getting some money. They got to start some rounds here. The Singularity on the brink of victory. Not just on the third map here, but that would be victory in the best of 3, which means that you'd have to then face their adversaries, Team Secret, whom they've lost 1-2 in the tournament just a couple days prior. There's the long push coming through from Blue Jays. A bit of a change of pace. Num, though, does see the player there. Gets him. Very nice little pick. Phoenix kind of stuck here behind the smoke, and he's going to go down. Blue Jays more or less anticipated his positioning, and Mertz also gets a frag towards short. Now can actually come back here at the A-bomb so then help out his teammate. Flashbangs aplenty. That should stop the advancement for now. There is another flashbang. Thought top is going to swing out wide, but there are free players there on the other side, so maybe it's for the better if he remains stationary. But no, he's gonna swing, and he's gonna get at least one. Mertz now sees the shoulder of one, gets him. Players there on the other side, so maybe it's for the better. Standing here, remains stationary, but no, he's gonna swing, and he's gonna get at least one. Mertz now sees the shoulder of one, gets him. Players there on the other side, so maybe it's for the other ideas and remains stationary, but no, he's gonna swing with the Krieg in that distance. It is precise as an op.
I think Singularity have potentially got this in the bag. It's just been absolutely flawless. 6 rounds back to back. Only 2 of those, I would say, were really close. There was a third that was a defuse round 25 that was a little touch and go, but even then, it was I think that was the 2-on-1 retake B. Just looks like they found themselves a new gear, and they are here to take this one home now. Obviously up against Team Secret, that's going to be a tough best of 3. All to do is get it over the line. Blue Jays not giving up, but at the same time, so close. Being forced out. They do have the B site at least, but they have limited utility, if any now, to try and block doors. So they've gone for the jump boost. Guaranteed a plant. That's what you like to see. Also try to retake tunnel. That's been a bit of a failure, unfortunately. Every player dropping like flies, at least Num. All to do it himself. Another 1v3 towards the B site. He's found the first. Second player is low, but it will not be enough. Singularity will go 16 to 11. They will survive. That's unfortunate. It really is. You can see the quick disconnects for Blue Jays. They're just straight out the server. They don't even want to think about that. I mean, I feel like they had a real great opportunity to actually get a win there, to be honest. But the last 7 rounds of that game were just a Singularity storyline, and they owned every single page of that book. Every single page.
And of course, congratulations here to Singularity. Now we're going to see them play relatively soon against Team Secret, the very last best of 3 of the qualifier.
Going through the smoke, watch it, gonna go down, watch it with the AW.
Position, Earthshaker's moving in as well. Echo Slam connects onto 2. Back row tired down as well.
Secret always wins the brawl. Or can we cast the cursor? There we go.
Lootbet.
It's amazing how much I love
the sky.